Bum, bum, ba, dum, ba, da, dum, ba, ba, da, ba, dum, ba, da. Okay, I believe we're live now, guys. Let's go. I tweaked my audio a bit, so it may not be the most. In fact, let me balance it a little bit better. Yeah, so the fire's more in the background. Let me also bring this more forward so that my mic is actually closer to my face and perhaps even the keyboard. I might even just boost my microphone audio a little bit because it seems a bit more quiet than I would have liked. Okay, cool. Now we're actually hitting more red. Oh, buddy. Okay. I think we're good across the board. Honestly, maybe I should just keep it low here, because I hear like it's more accurate. I don't know if it's more accurate. What's going on, TST? I'm early today. Yeah, super early, man. Glad to have you here, man. Hope you're doing well. And I just saw that you're posting in you posted the documentation outline for the GDD, which is very nice. I appreciate that you did that. And it seems to resemble some stuff I've seen as well at uni, so I can corroborate. It's like seems like good information. And sorry if I'm like I'm rolling my legs real quick. I had a big leg day today, so I'm trying to deal with the soreness before I get into stream. I might have to put like a timer to move around too. I don't know. Anyways, today it is day 17, I believe. Day 17 of the Game in 3 Weeks project, and we had a lot of progress the last stream we did, and I just want to kind of wrap up the environmental stuff that we started and get that fully implemented. What this you do, man? I do game deving. I make video games. Ignore safe mode. We don't care. We have Git. What's going on, Draco? Hello from India. Hey, glad to see you. Nira. Hello from the States. I'm not in safe mode. Get out of here. Yeah, I don't care. Get out of here. We're not doing no safe mode. I know what I'm about. Okay. And let's just go into the code and actually address the issues that are being pointed out. And I do have the phone here, so we can do some more testing on it. Move this bad boy here. We should be able to move around. What's hype? It's like a mobile, like a bike racing type game. Do I have... How easy is it going to be to fix this issue? I switched to the split key today, so it's going to be a little bit of a process to kind of get back to it. I was using the IBM for my day job as well, so it's a bit odd going back to this. You know what? The easiest thing to show gameplay right now would be... Oh, did I... One second. Let me see if I can find where we do this. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I think we committed everything. If we save here, does that change things at all? No, it doesn't. Okay, what's a stable commit I can check out so I can show you what we're doing? Added character animations and camera zoom. I think that's like the last stable version we have going on here. So I'm just gonna do a little of that. And then I think that's how you do it. Cool, and then let's see if it compiles. Yeah, it does. Let's see if we can play this. I'm making a game, Handlebars, and I'm rolling back the version of it so I can showcase how it looks like at the last stable commit I did. Here we go. So this is the game. So it's like it's a mobile game, and you're avoiding obstacles, and you control this little character, and there's things to avoid, and if you break, you actually consume some breakage, and you're rotating around this like cylinder. And there's a very test. This is like a very test thing, but I think we've decided to go this route with how we're gonna do environments. So part of last stream was kind of implementing some infrastructure for how we're gonna have this level, this shells and background environment be generated, and how we're gonna do some culling, so we don't have to have a bunch of objects. We can repurpose a set of a few objects and things like that. So we have this environment that's a series of different shells. Right now it's just test placeholder stuff, but you can see that there's like depth there. And the next step is adding infrastructure so that we can have it have multiple shells, and we can tell which ones are going to be stacked where. And then also, if I can open up Firefox and go to Xcali Draw real quick, there's also like levels to this, right? Where you have a single shell, and then you have multiple of them stacked on top of each other, which produces a chunk. And then as you go through the game, we're gonna have different chunks stacked together, which is gonna define like the scope of an entire level. And so as a player moves from, like, let's say this area to over here, we have to display this chunk, and then we go display this chunk, and it's procedural that way. And we have extra things as well, where like the chunks are not just going to be all the same levels. There might be some with only one shell, then two, then three, two, and there's like this whole random generation we have going on. Okay, where are we on? On brass. You're a master. What's our... Okay, cool. So we're back to the... So if we switch back to the correct branch, we should be seeing some compile errors once this reloads. Re-import. Thank you, Handlebars. I'm glad. Thank you, man. Welcome aboard. What's going on, Mist? And also let me open up vertical stream or horizontal stream in case someone pops in there. Though I know the horizontal stream is not quite as popular, but I think it's a pretty handy form factor to have. And yes, we are back to master. Perfect. And we are figuring out this whole thing of chunks that generate shells and then generate model, and how this is all going to look. So we have we introduced this new class called Board Chunk Manager, and in here we have a set of different things like we can maybe make this private. Yeah, it's very odd going from the Battleship keyboard to this. Very different vibe and feel. Anywho, so you have a basic thing for generating the shells. We have another thing for generating the model that's going to be used for dictating how many stacks and where and how they're going to be. And then we have this update view function, which is much, as far as the API is concerned, is much more straightforward. As far as the implementation, there's actually a lot involved here, and I think this will be the place where there's a lot of possibilities for error. Let me also specify what this does, just for myself so I don't forget. Given will the shell game objects materials and position to where I think it's kind of close to what it does. Of course, this is going to be a world space position. What's going on, Kate? When I'm coding, except I type like third graders, so it's much slower. Hey, it just takes time, man. It just takes some time. I struggled with coding or typing for a while. Yeah, it's just personal preference. It's just for fun, handlebars. I enjoy it. It's nice to have like something that looks very different than what I use for my day job, and you know, it's just cool. I like it. CRT, yeah, a bona fide real CRT with green mode and a bunch of other fun little things I can do with it. What's going on, Zero? It's good to see you, man. I got a super fever, so not great, but I'm sorry to hear that, Kate, or Kate. I keep forgetting that you're not K-A, you're Kate. I think I mentioned it last time too, but just K-H, it sounds like you're an android sent from the future. Still living. Well, make sure you take I'm not sure what you're sick with, and I'm not a doctor. I know though that there's like a trade-off you can do, or if you take a lot of zinc, it helps reduce the number of days you're sick for and makes it go quickly. The trade-off though is that you may or may not you may feel nauseous, but that's a thing. Either way, I hope you get better. Shell presets. And what is this again? This defines a set of stacks that can that a chunk can render, and then where's the API for this? Because I think this is getting mad at this call here. So generate model, and this is mad because we're passing in this level assets thing. That is the problem. So that's an issue because we're not working with level assets. We're actually just getting like this sub value of level blocks, and we're even just really just choosing one of these shell presets from here. And we want to have certain ones that have different rarities, which is why I have it wrapped as a weighted item. So I think the simplest thing to do would be to be like, I have a random math utilities function. Yeah, random selection, choose, and then you can pass in this. Though honestly, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a set of different. We're gonna have a set of different E levels, and we're gonna have them be mapped. First of all, we're gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna move this into level assets, and you are gonna map maps directly to the indices of the level blocks array, which by the way this naming I don't like. I don't approve of this naming at all. I think this is rather like it's a collection of presets, really. It's not like blocks, it's like what is a level assets actually? Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. One second, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. Sick at the moment. I mean, it's a new, like, I don't know. It's colder, wet weather. People are hanging out more, I guess. I don't know. Did you see the vid I sent in the general? No, can you link it to me again? Or can you at me in the Discord and I'll check it out? It is the peak of winter. That's flu season. Yep, that's my thought process, Popsicle. So I can send it again if you want to see it. Yeah, send it to me. Got sick from cold. You never got sick from the cold? What kind of superpower is that? Can I have your idea Vim RC? I just use the default one. I think the only thing I do that's custom is change, like, get rid of the bell sounds, because I think it used to do that by default. But if I go to my Vim RC right now, I don't even have it on. I don't even have a Vim RC. I have to create it. Yeah, I just use the default. Nothing special here. Yeah, I think on other machines I've had to do it, but usually it's not because I want to, but rather because I'm kind of forced to. So this represents a single level. Let's talk about that, actually. This is not a set of levels. This is all the assets for a single level. So let's get that right. Presents all the assets required for a single level. Okay. In which case, the volume of different shells. No. The set of chunk presets, actually. So even then, this is not even like this is a misnomer, right? Because if we go back to our little stratification here for levels, we talk about how we have a shell, and then multiple shells define a chunk, and then multiple chunks define a level, right? So I think this struct name is actually a misnomer. I think it should actually be called like a chunk preset, because it defines all the different shells that can make up a chunk. And I think that's where some confusion on my part came from. And I think instead of getting this list of chunk presets, we can just do like this, get rid of that, and instead we'll have a level asset. The assets for a specific level, and this will be defined as this dot level blocks dot, and then we have a random selection utility, which I think I'm going to modify the API so that we can just do something simple. In fact, I think I have choose from top weights. Oh, I think that produces the okay, what is the issue here? Second. What do we got going on here? It's fun to use a CRT Mirror Garden. Soda Snake, good to see you again. I hope I'm as good as you at C# when I grow up. I mean, you'll be surprised how fast it is to get pretty decent at C#. Sent it in general? Sweet. Let me go to the Discord 1 second, which, by the way, guys, we have a Discord for Cozy Cabin Games. Yeah, it's a place with a lot of information. Hopefully a helpful resource for people, and we have a little forum area there for programming, code questions, whatnot. And as well, I think we're going to start doing some gaming soon. It was warm. Cozy wanted to see. Oh, this is what I wanted to see? Okay, cool. That's a lot of snow you got there, buddy. But that's how it is for me outside right now. There's a bunch of snow. I kind of like the code, though. Like, I live in an area where it can go, like, negatives. And right now it's, like, in a single... Actually, I think it's been pretty warmer lately. Let me search up the temperature real quick. But I usually sleep with the windows open, which is kind of crazy. But it's like the best sleep ever. It's the best sleep. One second. Yeah, today's 15 degrees. It's 15 degrees right now, Fahrenheit. And I just sleep with the windows open because it's a nice sleep. It's the best sleep. Doing this in my high school class, Unity and C#. Yeah, Unity and C# is pretty fun, man. What's going on, son? And what's going on, Wild Will? I'm from Germany. That's pretty wild. I mean, it's not wild that you're from Germany. I think it's just, I don't know, it's kind of crazy seeing the variety of people and places that pass through here. It's pretty cool. Okay, what is this functions API and why are we mad? You have a list, you have weighted item chance, and you have T. And I can make this even easier to make this be like a this operator so that instead of having to know to get this random selection utility, you can just, if you have a list of weighted items of whatever type, you can just call this function on it, just choose. The issue here is though is that this is not producing what I want it to, unless I think I need to specify it. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, that's a correct function call. So what do you produce? Oh, because I need to actually get the shells here. And it's going to be cannot convert source type materials. Oh. Your list of chunk presets. Cannot convert from type chunk preset to target type system collection list chunk. I'm confused. Maybe taking a day off from coding has melted my brain. Actually, maybe watching all the shorts and reels has melted my brain. This week I installed Instagram to just contact some people, and then it's kind of quickly just, oh my goodness, how escalated. I'm going to have to delete it again and go back to my piece. List, weighted item chance of chunk presets. Okay. And then what do? We choose from that. Oh, this isn't shell presets. Oh, this is just the wrong type because we're choosing the current one, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, I have a specific expectation here of having like a list of chunk presets. Whereas here I'm trying to make it where you just randomly choose one and then go from there. So you pass in this level assets and you can randomly choose a preset for like maybe the next segment. Or actually, maybe we don't do the weighted item chance thing, and instead make this just be a completely random thing. Array or remove list. No, I'm thinking about the the implications of this, because there's an assumption I had in the implementation of this function, but then there's a different assumption I had for how I want to organize the data, and now I'm trying to figure out what's the best way I want to manage this. Yeah, it's well, it's not Vim, it's Rider, but I'm using Vim Motions, and it's pretty handy. It was -4 last night. Jeez. Can't even crack the window? Jeez, yeah, that'd be insane, man. Windows XP PC types? Nah. Though when you turn off first I don't need this. I don't need this either. When you turn off PyCom on Linux, there's a fun little thing that happens. Where's Unity? There it is. Where like if I drag a window, oh no, why is it shifting? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to rebuild my layout. 1 second. Okay, I think we're good. It's not gonna do that anymore. Okay, you're behaving good. Yes. So if I have a window and I drag it, you're gonna see that Windows XP type dragging effect. It's only like really prevalent in Unity for some reason. I don't know why. There's something weird with how they draw the UI, but it just produces a lot of funny little things. I think the issue here is the idea of how I want to go about constructing these chunks. I think that's where a lot of the ambiguity is happening for me. Because I think we have a list of weighted item chances. And when it's time to generate a chunk, we just choose from there and then set it correctly, right? However, if I look at my implementation, this is going to be called like every single frame, honestly. Actually, no, because it's going to call, it's going to early return on any times when we are not moving to the next chunk. So actually, every time we get past this statement here, we are indeed going to be updating stuff here. And actually, I think the issue is not even in update view. I think it's actually specifically with the, there's something odd here that's going on. Because keep in mind, it's not like we only have one chunk at a time. There's actually kind of two that might have to be. Actually, no, but we're only ever worried about the current most chunk. Yeah, because like when the player's moving, let's say like here's one chunk, and then here's another chunk, right? So when the player, I mean, I'm gonna just do the dumb implementation and then we'll tackle this problem specifically. But when the player moves from, let's say from, so for example, right? When the player moves from here to over here, it would be very jarring if like this chunk immediately disappears and this one pops into existence, right? So instead, we have this allocation of like 6 different shells, and what we do is that we grab like, and I think I implemented this wrong. I think we did like grab the furthest most piece and yoink it to be over here so that this remains untouched, and instead the previously allocated or updated piece from over here gets moved to where the player is visible, so that when we cross the seams, there's no abrupt popping in of game objects, right? Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Ideally, you're not going to do that calculation here. We should also account for this stage here where we go halfway, or maybe some kind of tolerance where, because if you get to here, this is going to pop in immediately, and that's not great. So we actually should have these markers of setting the next spot be somewhere like maybe in the middle here. We'll do that later. That's going to be a much more easier thing. But that being said, the chunks we have assigned here should be consistent, right? So we have like a visual chunk A, like let's say this is like a snowy kind of environment or something, and then this one's meant to be like, I don't know, like a beach thing. Okay, maybe that's not a great idea. Maybe this is like a grassy hills, and then this is the transition to like a beach area. Every time the player hits like these different positions of checks, this should stay consistently A. It should not be swapped to a different asset shell type of B or something, or have like their shells regenerated. So I think the whole idea of grabbing the last ones and repurposing that for that should avoid it. That's only going to work if we have like only one check happen like here. I think the more, and if we add more like redundant checks or we're executing that logic before this multiple times, and we have our implementation has the risk of having this change from B to C and D and whatever, and have different shell levels, where maybe it shows for 4 shells, and then the next function call it goes to 1. So I think honestly I might even move, I think the simple solution here is move this to be here in the middle and not here. So once the player crosses like the midpoint of this chunk, it'll generate this segment here. So I think that's what we have to do, is enforce. There's like 2 options, right? We either enforce that you only do material assignments once, or we make this more bulletproof to be redundant to that. Now, aside from this though, this assumes that we aren't arbitrarily updating the same chunks for the same positions. So this is like generating a new chunk, essentially. Everything down here is essentially generating a new chunk, which means that instead of doing, because how do we do our current preset selection, like random range? So this is doing the job we already had in mind. Yeah, let's rename our terminology here. What's going on here? Bully 2? No, we're not doing no GTA 6 or Bully 2. Nowhere near that, man. What's going on, Ozzy? I'm making a game right now, and I'm doing some, I'm refactoring some chunk generation code. Do you design a game? Yeah, I'm designing a game right now, Alexander. Is this necessary though? Most PCs are capable of rendering much larger and complex meshes. Yeah, but I'm running for mobile, right? So I'm running for mobile, and I deliberately chose this $40 phone from Walmart to test this, right? And when I tested it before, with a really bad mesh topology, it was like 16 frames per second, 16 frames per second, right? Without bad mesh topology or just complex meshes, it goes back to 30 FPS, which is pretty good. And as far as memory usage, like this is not that crazy, but keep in mind levels can have like, I think we have the set number of chunks that can exist. Let's see here, chunk length in meters. And I think we have like 2,000 meters. So it's like 200 chunks, I think, or something. Either way, that's like not great to just instantiate all those chunks and have them exist in the world. And sure, there's things like frustum culling that's going to eliminate redundant draws of stuff. But I'd rather just have like, I'd rather just do things in a more lean fashion. So that's kind of why I'm putting a lot of effort into culling, not only with the chunks, but also culling like in-game entities and using this object pooling system, because I think If I can make it run very good and have it feel good on this device, then it's gonna feel good everywhere else. And for a hobby game, I like trying to implement things as good as I can. And then and if I was doing my own engine, I'd have more options too. But alas, we're bound for Unity right now, and my engine's not mature enough to do this kind of thing. Nor have I figured out how to build it to Android yet, so that's going to be a whole different thing. My engine's really underdeveloped right now. One day. Anyways, what am I doing? So I'm looking at this update view thing. What's going on, Mayhem? What's going on? Unity, yeah, that's what we're doing right now, game. It's like Sunday, where's the PS2 games? Nah, not today, motivational. My PS2 is in the shop right now getting repaired. Gmod? Nah, I never really done stuff with Gmod. A deadline yourself? How's it going? It's coming along. I think we had a big win, he showed, like, this week. I think for a lot of the development, I kind of felt kind of aimless in terms of like trying to make this game feel good and control good, and we tried a bunch of, like, if I had the idea from the get-go, I think we would have been way faster and gotten a lot more done early on. A lot of time is spent just iterating on different ideas from different camera angles, different ways of representing lanes and stuff, even with like that cylinder-based shader and all that stuff for the different lanes and highlighting. We tried a bunch of different things, and I tested it with my nieces. And but I think this week is for the first time where I'm like, okay, this actually feels much better. It looks like what I want it to be, and I think we're good. I think I actually have more of a vision now. This game is like we're on day 17 right now. And I only count days I actually stream and develop. I don't really work on this game off stream. Maybe like a few minor things like having the vibration, which is a simple thing, but 99% of the game's developed on stream, and I only bump up that increment once we actually go live and start doing some real work on it. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I'm looking at this chunk preset and how we do the selection here. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do, since we're essentially having the generation happen here, might even make a function to be like, hey, everything here is all that's required to generate a single chunk. This is updating the general view and all the objects that are in the view versus the model. Everything here is below that is chunk generation. I think it's gonna be helpful for me to. This is probably a misnomer as well, but that's the best way I can think about it right now. Cool. Okay, and then we have player position. That's a thing that's required, isn't it? Player pose, and then we can rename it to be like player X position to be specific. And then let me also not have Discord notifications on, so you guys don't get false alarms. But hey, welcome to the Discord Bokon Online. Make yourself cozy here. Glad to have you guys. I think we have a pretty decent community forming. I'm actually very surprised but happy. And of course, we have like a section in the Discord if you guys have questions like about technical things. We also have a bunch of people who are volunteers who just want to share their knowledge. So regardless of what you have, like if you have questions about Unity, Unreal, computer graphics in general, GPU, web, and whatnot, even like aviation, like we have a wide variety of people who are willing to just share the knowledge they got going on. What's going on, Isopods? Good to see you. Yeah, good day to you. It's always good to see you. Qt Browser 2? No, I used to use Qt Browser, but no, I just use whatchamacallit, the Vim extension to be able to select stuff. Sometimes though you can't get rid of it. So I'm like, oh, if I decide to go like, all right, how to center a div. I can like navigate this without having to select it, and if I go, oh, I like this article, let's click on it. I just do L and we can navigate. Or actually a better thing, like, I don't know, Malik in C. And I can go here and be like, hey, let's learn about dynamic memory allocation in C, my beloved language. Either way, you get the idea. And of course, you can switch tabs like this until you get to Discord, and then you can't. Oh, I guess you can't if you press escape. Either way, it works out. I was just using Google right now, Mayhem, just to demonstrate the point. If your game engine is public, it's not public. It's a private thing, and it's deliberately so because the game engine's meant to be designed to conform to me. I think I have like, let's see what I got here. Let's go here. Actually, let's move this back to where it belongs. And then I can go here. Yeah, you belong here as well. So I can go here, and I'm going to type in C-line, and they'll open up my C++. It's a very rudimentary thing, and I'm actually in the middle of a huge refactor and a different... I have like another application that's using this engine, but now I'm in the middle of architecting and implementing this material system. Oh, this is actually... It's opening up the Cozy Cabin project, not the editor. Whatever. You get the idea, though. You see how that's working. It's way faster than the version I did in Unity. It's pretty cool, actually. But yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with the crazy... I'm probably gonna have to re-implement the editor, but with these new changes I've done. But I think it's worth doing. Either way, it's pretty cool. So we have this chunk presets. So we're no longer gonna, let's think. If we're generating the chunk, we're making the decision about what this current chunk we're gonna be updating is going to be. In fact, let's make some notes for myself. Assumes player is at a new chunk position. So the updates this function apply to a chunk that is no longer in view. That's a big assumption that I don't have to enforce, but I think we need to do that, which then gives me the liberty to be like, hey, yeah, and then shell presets. Okay, I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to understand now. Shell presets is not going to be a list of chunk presets. Instead, you're going to be a level assets instead. I think that's what we want to have. In fact, we're just going to make this naming reflect that as well. And then here we have level assets. And this chunk preset we're not going to even use here. We're going to be using this in, here we go, in generate chunk. We can just, out the box, to say, hey, this is going to be the preset we're going to use for the chunk. Perfect. And we already have this here, but instead of doing this whole rigmarole, we just use our built-in utility function. Choose. I think this is like the smartest thing to make this use this. I should just do this with everything else. So any other items, I never implemented this, but eventually we'll implement that. Yep, you're gonna be using this. Everyone's gonna be using this. Cool. You know what? Why not have it on this one as well? That's the beauty of having your own utility functions. It's just, you can define the APIs the way you want it, the way that makes sense and feels good. There's an error somewhere here, and I don't understand it. Oh, because I accidentally did this. Okay. You are supposed to be T, and that should solve the issues. Perfect. Cool. Gnarly, even. And as for load level, though, yeah, that's how I wanted to do it. I wanted to have assets be tied to the string of the enumerator. Load level assets from resources. And this is wrong because what? Cannot convert source type level assets to list level assets. Yeah, because I was going to do this, but maybe, just maybe, we don't even have this be a parameter, but rather we just chuck things into resources and have it be loaded on runtime. Make life better for everyone. And then I can just make this be return this. There's no need to. There's something I like though about having an explicit list of level assets. Because then there's like more, because I can make this be like another weighted items list. So we can do weighted, so there are going to be levels that have more chances of being chosen and other levels that are much more rare. And then it's not going to be tied to that. Yeah, I think that's going to be the move. And then we're just not going to end up using this API whatsoever. We're just going to be... Yeah. I think that's going to be the move, actually. Okay, let's see if this compiles. Link catch up in chat. My bad, guys. With Vim bindings, yep. Yeah, C#'s great. Or how did you learn how to code like this? What part of coding? Like, are we talking like the more cerebral aspect of like architecting? Or are you talking about like just the actual, hey, how do you type and navigate code in the way I'm doing? If it's that part, then it's just Vim motions and just kind of wrestling through it for a week or two, and then your brain starts clicking. I'm sorry, did that say that we have a scriptable object that has a default constructor on it? That would be a little concerning. Let's try triggering another recompilation. Recompile. Can you pick a line of code and explain what it does for a curious non-coder? Sure. We can do that. To JetBrains, I can't get NeoVim LSPs to work correctly. Yeah, I want to go to NeoVim at some point, like completely, but the thing is, there's a lot of utility from just having from JetBrains products. That's why I use it for C-Line. I think the only time I get to get away from it is when I'm doing C projects. So a line of code that does something. Do you want to pick it out, or can I just choose something from the project, like players or whatnot? Oh, there's a lot of variety. Some of this stuff here is more abstract, and it's gonna make more sense once we have assets in the game. No mouse. So part of it's a few things too. It's not only that I'm using Vim, I'm also using Linux with i3, so I have a custom window manager. Not a custom one, it's i3 specifically. And with i3, I'm able to just switch between windows, move it around. I can even configure them like this, so if I want to see which tab I want to go to, I can just do that and then select it, so I don't have to keep guessing around. You can move things to different workstations, so I can like take Unity and move it to 5, and now I'm in a different workspace. And then if I want to move it back, I could just move it with Shift 1, and we're back here. Or actually, I can go back here, and now we're in workspace 5, and then I can take this and then move it to 1, and we're good to go. Move this back to 5 maybe even. It's a very nice thing. It's a very nice setup. Roblox exploit? Nah, I never done no Roblox. Yo boy, what's going on? Microfilm. C flat? Nah, just straight up C is fun. Self-learned from programming? Yeah, like most of the stuff I know isn't from college. And even the things I learned from college actually wasn't really learned until I actually got a job and started applying it and seeing where you actually use this stuff. Like, you can learn about what an interface and an abstract class is, but like if you don't even know what's the point of them, then you don't even know it, right? But once you actually see like a problem space where it makes sense to use like a strategy pattern or something, then it's like, oh, okay, I totally get why, you know, OOP did its thing and why these principles are used. And then if you go long enough, eventually you start going, no, I don't want to do no OOP. I just want to do everything like very simple. At least that's for me. So eventually I want to just go full just C. Even my C++ project, I want to move to C completely. I'm not sure how feasible that's going to be. I might just have to use a C compiler or C++ compiler and everything, but just don't use C++ features. I don't know. We'll see. Now let's see what's going on here. So we have this stuff defined. I think it's a matter of testing it. There's one thing I don't like, which is the fact that we're allowing this to be... We're essentially randomly dictating which shells to emit. And I think it's generally fine, but I don't know, actually. Might have to do some assets there. Either way, I think this should be fine. The thing I want to work on now is the game board and work on the culling issue that we have going on, because that's actually a much more... This is going to require me to do some pixel arting stuff and asset generations to properly test it. But the culling thing is very simple and very direct in how it works. And that bad boy, I think we can try wrapping our heads around it, since I feel a little bit more warmed up mentally. So we can try getting at this. We are the character. Where is the, there's the character. There's also the main camera. I'm not sure, though, I should just make it a child of this. Maybe I should just do it for simplicity, since this is the only thing that's, like, rotating around. Alright, this is going to be 11, and then we press play. And we should now see all the game objects, in this case, hazards, which are... Ew. That is not rotating the way I'd expect it to. Or I think it is, but it's just the camera is being... It's weird because we changed the parent. Never mind. I don't get to change the parent. The parent must remain the way it was. Yeah, and I think if we play it now, it should be fine. What's going on, Mayhem? I'm an aspiring to learn programming, self-taught for the past 1.5 months. So far, tackled Python, SQL. What would you advice would you give to a new programmer? I would say, and I have very particular opinions here, I would say try learning C. So here's the thing, like, the bare minimum thing I would recommend learning is a typed language. A language with types, like C# or Java, C++, C. Heck, even like some Rust. Why not, right? Though Rust is very, in those languages, or there's something about this that is worth considering. The reason I say C is that C is actually kind of a simple language, and it's going to force you to understand some basic fundamentals about how your computer works. No, we're not going to say TypeScript, Ryan. We're not going to say TypeScript. We're not going to say that's transpiled, okay? And it largely works, but like when things go wrong, you're going to be dealing with some transpiled JavaScript, which is not going to be conducive for their health and mental well-being, and or like learning purposes even. Rust job market. I don't like Rust in general, but if that's something that interests, why not, right? I did Rust for a while. The reason I say C, though, is that you're going to have to learn some basic fundamentals about how your computer works. You're going to have to learn basic stuff like, I think I've talked about this before. I know for a fact I've talked about this before. I'm just not sure if I have the document. I do. Oh, that's comparing C++ and structs. But with C, you're gonna have to learn like some very basic fundamentals, like hey, some simple stuff like what are data types, right? That's good to know. What are some data types? You start with some basic stuff like, all right, your primitives, ints, floats, bools if you use that package, but not package, but that header file. Regardless, some basic data types, and then you'll learn about things like structs, right? And that's gonna be a whole thing unto itself. So okay, that's important because like a lot of programmers don't. It's kind of wild. A lot of programmers don't actually know this stuff. So like, that's just important, right? You're gonna have to learn about allocation and learn about how memory works. So you're gonna have to learn about like, okay, what's allocating to stack versus heap? What are these things in general? What are the implications of them? Why does it matter if something's stack allocated versus heap allocated? That's another big thing. Most programmers know data types, right? A lot of programmers don't actually know this or the trade-offs or the benefits or whatever about it. So knowing this will give you a good foundation for making informed choices about how you do architecture, right? Beyond this too, when you go far enough in C, you're probably gonna have to start learning how to do some like data structures. You can do data structures in other languages and whatnot. I think it's nice how simple C keeps it in some ways. You also have to learn about basic things like pointers too, right? And references. A lot of languages kind of hide this away from you, right? So like in C#, you have a thing where classes are usually passed by reference, whereas structs are passed by values. Here you're actually given like explicit, you have to make an explicit decision about how you deal with references, right? And how you go about that. I think that's important. Pass by reference versus pass by value. So I think like this is just some very basics but very important foundational knowledge to have that C affords you. And then from there, like data structures, all the fun stuff about that. You have your graphs, actually very simple stuff. Like you have your simple understanding of arrays, and then you have your things like linked lists and all the types of weird stuff or permutations of that. You have like your trees, all that goodness. And of course you're gonna have your algorithms as well, but that's something that just kind of emerges. So I think personally you should learn C. If you want to like switch to something else later on, like sure, go for it. Like if you want to make a game or something, like I totally get why you have to go to a different engine or something, especially if you're learning this stuff. But I think just doing some basic stuff in C and getting a feel for some of this stuff is going to be very helpful and prudent for you long term. Oh, pointers is my program life support. You'll learn that queues, trees, graphs, FIFO, yep, stack, queues, all that fun stuff. There's a lot you're gonna figure out there. Languages like C# are kind of, a lot of like higher level languages are very nice because it's like, oh, you can just be like, hey, give me a queue. I want a queue data structure here. But I think there's a lot of value in like implementing a lot of this basic stuff once. And then of course, this is like the more advanced stuff. There's also like things like time and space complexities. Usually the things people look at are big O notation. So understanding like, hey, how do these algorithms perform and how much data are you allocating? But that's, I think like if you're just getting into it and learning, like this is, you're gonna have to learn this. You're gonna have to learn this at some point. But I think you can do something very simple starting off here. And I think even in the Discord, we had like we had someone who's trying to learn C actually. And they asked a question about some good C projects. Yeah, projects in C for beginners. So by all means, if you join the Discord, you can ask some more questions there or get some ideas from different stuff. I think a lot of it's like very basic input-output text stuff. And of course, you can like Google as well. But yeah, that's my take. Sweet, Ryan. C# for real-time digital signal processing. I have no idea. I really don't know what's digital, like real-time digital signal processing. I'm not even gonna front. Like it's like a low-level thing. Like it invokes the imagery of like analog data signals and like and voltages and dealing with that. But yeah, I really don't know. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey learn. Yeah. I'm using C# for yeah. Learn C project. Meanwhile, I can't get CMake to work. So here's the thing: don't use C. If you want to like, the fun of using C is not using CMake. Just use like a basic GCC or simple like Clang. Like you can do simple build stuff with CMake, I think, but don't rely on dependencies. I think especially if you're like dependencies is a whole lot of wrestling with non-program oriented like stuff. Like even for my Riven done, I have a project that I didn't see. It's like a task manager. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. So this like task manager project. Let me open it for you. So I have this. It's called Riven Done. It's my like project management application. I can use Vim to like navigate and look at, hey, there's this task, and then there's this task I need to do and whatnot, right? This project doesn't use any dependencies. Like we have all this functionality without any dependencies. Everything is just like oh, I didn't go to the right place. But yeah, if you look, like this is like basically everything there. It's just header files. Not even like C and header files. No, it's just header files with like a .c main file. And like the entire build script, if you want to look at it, it's just this. GCC. I have some stuff for GDB for debugging, so I have this -G flag. And then this is the program, the main.c, and then here's we're outputting to task.out. And then there's these like dependencies, right? That your OS should have. I mean, for Linux, I'm using this specifically. If you're on Windows, it probably will be different. And then that's it. And then a flag to be like, hey, I don't want warnings. It could be just that simple. Like you don't have to have like something generate all these different inclusions for all the different files. You can just do a single Unity build where everything is built as one compilation unit and just send it, man. I think that's like the simplest way to go about it. That way you're not wrestling with all this other stuff that isn't programming and you're just focused on the code aspect, you know? For the sake of fixing minor stuff, nah, I don't use AI in general. I have a general thing about AI because it's a topic that comes up a lot in streams, but yeah, I don't do AI in general. So let's see what we got going on here. But yeah, that's my general take. Keyboard, here you go. So we're going to be working with the culling thing, but to test the culling thing, I'm actually going to have to do something with the... I have to comment these functions out. Yeah, I have to comment them out so this works properly, and then we'll add them back in eventually. And as well as in the update, I think we have a function here for passing in the... passing the player function. Actually, let me check to see if that's the case. Generate chunk. It's called here. And update view. And where's update view called? Here on the top of update. Okay. Though honestly, I could just like... I don't even have to do this. I can make an observable and have this subscribe there. On like... initialization or something. Maybe that's what I'll do, actually. Yeah, you know what? Maybe in this function, to like generate shells, I should call this like init, and then this would be the part that we generate shells. And then over here, oops, we sub to update, and then we can do like uni rx observable every update, and then subscribe, and then of course we're going to add to, actually we're not going to do add to, we're going to have a manual management of this. Cool, and then the function we actually call here is going to be, nope, update view player instance dot position, nope, transform dot position. Perfect, I think. Unless this needs to be in a scope, and then okay, now we're good. Okay, cool. So now it's going to update. That's going to be responsible for this, and we should be good there. Why are you mad? You're an iDisposable. We subscribed. What's going on? While one. What was the longest period of time you have error because of a missed semicolon? 2 days? Honestly, if I'm gonna be real with you, semicolons are not really an issue. IDs are very good about telling you what it is. I think the only time I have issues is when I'm doing my C project, and even then it's like, it's because I'm using not even Neo, I'm using just either Vim or NeoVim default without any LSP for C. So like the way I work on this C project isn't like when I edit it, I'm just doing vim.main.c, and this is how I work on it. So like, the only time semicolons here then become a kind of a problem, because it's like, all right, you know, there's no syntax highlighting, there's nothing like that. It's fun, I like working like it. But even then, if there's a missing semicolon, like you'll get a compiler error that usually points out the line where that's an issue. Yeah, I don't know how people did it back in the day when you have like a humongous project, and before they had very helpful compile errors, but nowadays it's actually pretty decent. Now why are we mad here? Something in the syntax here. Assign type lambda expression is not assignable to parameter observable long. It's a multi-type. What's going on with my lambda expression? I feel like I'm right. And honestly, I don't even feel like I need this expression there. Like, usually you can do lambda with this. Why is this being weird with me? Or do I not need a lambda? No, I'm pretty sure this passes in a long. So why are you mad at me? It's assignable to parameter type. Wait, 1 second. Yeah, you're taking a vector 3 position. We're accessing that player instance transform position, yeah. You have this function call here. But we're taking in this value here. It's not like there's multiple parameters. It's only one, which is like this. And we're saying, hey, we don't want to use your stinking value. I'm not crazy. I know I've used... Okay, maybe it's because I was being lazy. Yeah, it's because I was being lazy, of course. Of course. I can't just do UniRx and then observable. I actually have to using UniRx, and then that problem goes away. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. That makes me happy. I'm glad to not be crazy. What's going on, Prashant? Good morning, brother. You can use... No, I'm not using ChatGPT, Prashant. Not using AI. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. During my high school multi-dimensional arrays, what's going on here? ND, what is he doing wrong then? What's going on here? Mind you, we had to write a complete C and C++ in a piece of paper for exams. Oh, I remember doing that in college. I remember to get into my program for computer science, you had to do like this entry test, and you have to... I remember specifically the last part was implementing a trie structure in C. Yeah, I felt surprised. I didn't study for that at all, and I still made it in. That was like peak, and then I promptly dropped out of that major and went to IT instead. Alright, anyways, so we commented out all these dependencies here. We're not going to use this function call and update anymore, and I think we removed it as well, so we're good there. And now we just have this culling logic, which, that's a thing. It's kind of humongous, actually. I'm going to have to break this down into 2 levels. Like, I think we're going to do... I don't know, we're just calling model for right now, and then call objects. Something like this, I don't know. Let's just try moving all, we're gonna start breaking this up little by little until you get something that feels a little bit more cohesive. Okay, that's distinct. Here's everything related to this. And then we're going to figure out what needs to be moved where. And what dependencies lie where. Because we have like, one looping is for marking the model and updating it. The second one is going to be for actual culling the objects. So I believe this one is like, we have the remove list. We have the key value pairs from the view. And then we do the culling of the objects based off of that, and then, yeah, and then we do for view remove, yeah. So I think in the culling objects, we place this here. And, okay, so it has a dependency on having these min x and min y. So we're just going to have, I think the simplest thing would be just having these values piped in. So min x, min y, max x. Of course, we have to make this all floats. Max y. In all honesty, I kind of want to keep this ordered together. So like y is with y, x is with f, min x, max x, min y, max y. That feels good to me. And I believe that resolves everything we need here. And then we have this model that produces this. So we can just pass in call objects. And then we have min x, max x, min y, max y. How can you remember all the code line by line and didn't even make a spelling mistake? Well, here's the thing, right? Like, your brain is a muscle, and the more you work it out, the more you can do this stuff, right? The more you program, you're going to start having a better memory for the structure of your project and how you architect things. It's especially easier if you're the one designing and architecting this stuff, because then you know where you placed everything. So like, it's just kind of going into your room. If you clean up your room and put everything away, you know where everything is and where you could find it. So I think the more you program, the more you don't have to like, because before when I was very much younger or earlier in my career, I'd have to actually draw diagrams to kind of understand how everything interacts. I don't really have to do that as much nowadays. Maybe if it's a foreign system that I didn't write, or like a feature or something that's I have very little peripheral knowledge about, then I'll have to do that. But stuff like this, it's, you know where things are, and the more you do it, the more you start having a better memory for it, and you're able to, the more efficient you are at translating your will to the computer. So we cleaned this up, and that's part of like the me not wanting to use AI. Like, there's a bunch of reasons, and it's my hobby project as well, so I can do what I want with it. But I feel like the more you rely on tools like that, the less you have, the more your ability kind of just deteriorates. That's how I feel like, and it's kind of based on like other analogs I've seen in other places. Build. What do I want to do here? I almost want to return. This is like a tuple. The only thing is that the tuples, actually better yet, not tuples. We're going to do out statements. Min x, max x, min y, max y. And then wherever we have these declarations, we're just not going to use it. Instead, we're just going to... I mean, the other parts, too, is just having good tools. Like with Writer, it's very easy to go to a... And most languages or IDEs have an ability to go to definition. So there's like a variable. I can be like, hey, where is this variable defined? And I can just go here, and then, bam, I'm there, right? Or maybe there's like a data structure I don't know about or something. Or a class or something. I can just go, hey, let's... investigate, I don't know, this function. Where is this? Oh, that's there. And I can go to usage and whatnot. There's definitely a benefit to getting familiar with your tools. So anyways, we have this model. In fact, we should probably update the name. Calculate update model. We're going to have these out x. I almost feel inclined to make this a struct, but that feels a little dumb. Okay, 1 second. Max x, min y. Is there a reason why this is being weird? Yeah, it's because of that. Okay, so we have these out floats, min x, min y, max y. And then we can do cull objects, min x, max x, min y, max y. Cool. So now we update the model, and then we call the objects in a discrete step. Perfect. I like this. I like this a lot. It feels a little bit more easier to parse out. Not perfectly easy to parse out, but easier to parse out. Let's also rename this as well so it's easy to understand that this is a constant. Cool. I'm happy with this so far. What's going on, Kahaya? What's going on, Rehen? What project are you working on? I'm working on a game in 3 weeks. Bishibish. And I'm on day 17 right now. You would be very interested in coding to type in one hand. I'm not sure how feasible that would be. I think there would be like some limits to. There's someone in China did this like keyboard for someone who lost their hand. So they had a single keyboard where you can type with one hand, but I don't know. 10 fingers is better than 5 fingers. Yeah, 2 hands. 0 is my me thing. What's going on, 0? Did you change your ID, or has it always been 0 is me thing? How's your Vim? How your Vim is more responsive? I don't know. It's just the out the box writer Vim. What do you think? Yeah, no. Here's the thing. I don't. This is my general policy about AI. I'll show you guys in a sec. Actually, we're gonna test it right now. Let's see if this behaves the way I want it to. So it's going to compile, and then we're going to see how this works. And then Uniscript object is not allowed to be called from a model behavior constructor. Where is that happening at? Oh, because I did a null, yeah, an initialization there. Of course. Okay, that should go away. Let's cause it to recompile. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, recompiles. I don't see any, oops. I don't see any errors, so that's good. No, there we go. What's happening there? Yeah, we're going to move the player to position 11.3. Okay. Let's see if this works. Back down. Press play, and we're going to see if this object culling is working. No, not an AI streamer chaos. I'm a real dude. This is a real CRT. We're live, we're living, man. And you can see kind of how the culling's working on the X. The issue is that it's not working on the Y. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. The cost of like overdraw is not going to be that extensive, but no, I think when we have more, I plan to have way more obstacles and make this level generation be much more robust and costly, so I think we're going to have to modify this. The CRT, here you go. Also, here's a general help command as well for some commonly asked stuff. So, the issue we're going to be trying to solve is that our is this a game? Yeah, it's a game I'm working on, Daniel. Right now I'm debugging a specific thing, though. Alright. Cool, Mantis. It's all good, man. If that's your prerogative, go for it, dude. Okay, we don't need to do false for initialization there. Yeah, we can have offset there by default. Dev gaming and CRT, because it's fun, dude. Why not? Oh, did I just tune into? You just tune into some game dev and cam jam. Doing some programming right now. Now, what do we wish to do? So the issue, we need to identify where the issue lies. If it's calling in the model or on the view. I think that's the main question here. I don't think the culling object is going to be an issue. I think rather the issue is probably happening in the model, because I think this should be working the way I'd expect it to. Let's go into the actual root function here, though. Also, did I call cull objects from here? I do. So we're like double culling objects. I mean, it's not gonna have any negative side effects. It's redundant, but because we call it in. Yeah, we call it here, so it's like it's redundant. That's all. That's the worst case scenario. Just extra code we don't need. How do you know how to code? You just practice. Time in the saddle, you get better at it. And I don't know, surround yourself with people who know more than you. And then also deep dive in projects, disappear for spend a lot of time in your spare time just doing projects. That's all I've ever been doing. I once tried to run a web page in Unity and it took me a week because there was AI. What do you think? Yeah, probably not great. I mean, part of the reason I don't use AI is just how actually effective it is. Coding, probably like 15 years, 16 years, something like that. I think we're getting close to 16 years soon. I think. I don't know. I know I started coding early in middle school. Yeah, I think that's around when I got a laptop from my sister. And I think eventually we got like internet too, which is it's kind of important to have internet for learning how to program. From texture, yeah, we'll do that later. Actually, this is not even required anymore. We don't need to pay this price of generating this texture here. We can just, because we're not using this anymore. Yeah, we're not using that. I think if we do an effect, we're not going to use a shader on the actual. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need I don't think we even need this texture. We're not using it for anything. Okay, to do. So I'm not sure what the ramifications of this are going to be, but to do, remove, no longer need. What's going on, OG poets? What is the best resource to learn C, C++ for developing drivers for Windows? I have no resources I can give you because I never really done drivers for Windows. Hey, Max, it's been a while, man. Good to see you, dude. Game, dude. It's just a race, like a little racing game for mobile. I'm using Writer. Here's a general help thing. You'll be surprised how much, there's quite a bit of information we have there. Battletoads, never played it. Pixel RPG themed games, yes. In fact, I think one of the games I want to work on is a Pixel RPG in my engine eventually. Like Final Fantasy. I know Dragon Quest 3 is one I really like recently. Yeah, Final Fantasy 6 is a personal favorite. I love Final Fantasy 6. It's super near and dear to my heart. And I want to learn coding, so where should I learn advice? Learn C. Earlier in the stream, I talked about some advice for that, about C and the things you to learn. Check it out, if you can roll back a little bit. Maybe I should make shorts just for like questions like this. That way it's like central. It's like a resource I can just point people to. don't know. I feel conflicted with shorts though. How do you deal with it when what you do is not appreciated? I think being a small developer will be difficult. I mean, I don't. Here's a odd thing, Rohit. And it sounds perplexing, right? And it may even sound rude. But I don't make games for people, right? Like, I don't make... The reason I make games isn't necessarily for people. And the reason I do programming and try to get better at programming isn't for people. I think I enjoy the craft, and I have pride in doing things well, even if no one's going to see it. And I don't like stagnating. I prefer doing the best of my ability. And then, like, I'm also a Christian too, right? And part of it's like, hey, you know, whatever lot you have in life, whatever job you have, do it to the best of ability, man. Do it like you're not doing it for, you know, like, yeah, of course you're doing it for money, right? But like, there's a part of it where like you're doing it to the best of your ability. Do it as if like you're doing something for God, right? That's a wild idea, but like if you look at a lot of great, for example, music like Bach, right? All his compositions, he's like composing as if he's making, actually not even as if, he believes he's making these compositions for God, right? I'm not saying I'm like Bach. I'm definitely not. I'm not even the best programmer like in my neighborhood probably. But that doesn't matter. Like, I want to do the best of my abilities, right? Even if the best of my ability is like the bottom 10% of programmers, I want to at least realize that 10% and not stay at like a 2% or 3%. So that's like one part of it. And then the other part is like, you mentioned like being unappreciated as a small dev. I don't really feel like that. I think like I publish stuff that people have appreciated. Even like things where 99% of people didn't like what I made, there's still like a 10% of people who actually enjoy it or, you know, had a good time in the thing I did. And there's a stream, last stream, I talked about this game where I got a really touching message from someone who played it because it was much more of a personal game. So like, for me, it's not about having a lot of praise or recognition. I think even if a small set of people appreciate the work I do, like, that's more than enough for me. I don't need it, but I do appreciate it. And I think that's like the most I can ask for. So hopefully that answers your question. The visual simplicity, yeah, definitely. I like that. It's. I'll be lying if I'm saying it's not nostalgic at some level. What am I doing? I'm just going up and down. I need to focus on something. But yeah, there's part of that that's partly kind of nostalgic. I like the simplicity of, hey, you can just go in and like, it's kind of simple. You just do that. You just start. You just start trucking through it. There's part of it where it's like you're exploring. Like, I like Final Fantasy 1 and Dragon Quest for this reason, where it's like, hey, like, yeah, there's a loose narrative, but there's no map, there's no nothing. You're just kind of thrown into this world and you're just kind of figuring it out and piecing puzzles together until you can kind of understand where things are. And there's a part of it where like my imagination starts getting activated and I start feeling like a kid because my imagination's filling in the gap. Like, I remember Final Fantasy VI, I was having this experience where I was like playing stuff, and even though I'm seeing these sprites, my brain was imagining the circumstances, the scenario where we were in 3D in my brain. And that's a way more engaging experience than I have with a game that's really high fidelity, but then your imagination doesn't have to do any work. So, yeah, that's part of the appeal for it for me. We print out this Y value for the player Y, and we divide it by port. So this is what? Let me even walk through this, because I know there's like a whole thing with this that's maybe not the most easy to digest. Left, right margin, board cell length, here the player position, put this up here. Actually, no, it's constants. Craftsman, yeah, that's the way I think about it. It's like a craft. You use to navigate, sure thing, Naive. You know, I'll add that. Let me put this in the Discord 1 second, so I don't forget, in the ideas channel. Do we have more people joining? Hey, welcome. ... Glad to have you. And Lord Potato. Hello, Potato. Glad to have y'all. Make yourself cozy here. Yeah, ideas. Short about Vim shortcuts. Okay, we can do that. Or some other things like that. DSA and C++. What is a DSA? Is that data structures and algorithms? After learning coding, I can't help you there, Han. I think the best thing you can do is get connected. The best thing you get is get connected with a community of people, either at game jams or hackathons or whatnot. I think it's bad to say it, but it's kind of true. Like, yeah, you gotta have merit to get a job, but also you'll be surprised how much of it is just knowing the right people. Like, even my first real technical job or role was due to me meeting a professor at like a game jam a long time ago when I was like a kid. I think I was like 14 or 15. And then way later down the line when I went to college, you know, because we knew each other from game jams, he eventually like got me at my first technical job. Like, the resume was much more just like a, you know, like, I didn't feel qualified for that job, but that was a great opportunity for me that opened a bunch of doors. And I wouldn't have had that had I not gone to game jams and talked to people and meet with people. So, yeah, network. I think that's important. Like, not network. I don't like the term networking because it seems like it's something that you're doing just to get something from other people. Don't network. Don't approach relationships with the attitude of what can I get from it. Just, hey, I'm genuinely into this thing, and I just want to connect with people who also like this thing so we can geek out and talk about it or maybe learn some things from them. And, like, going a place, you should demonstrate much more, like, you would demonstrate much more qualities of yourself when you're just authentically just excited about stuff versus if you're not and you're trying to just show a specific face or side of your personality or whatever, or trying to perform this image so you can get access to X and Y resource. Like, don't do that. Just go there, make genuine friendships, and then you'll be surprised what doors open up. That's Greek? I don't speak Greek. Sorry, Stave. I do not speak Greek. I'll probably have to at some point to do some studies. Some Bible study stuff. But, no, I don't know no Greek. Of course, Han. So, we have this culling algorithm. I define this left and right margin. I don't even know what this means. I mean, we have this 5 and 20. We have board cell length. So keep in mind, we have like this buffer that I'm calling model. That's defined by like the length. Oh, that's a space. Okay, no. It's board cell length. That's a unit of space. Yeah. Okay. Now we're talking. This is in meters. Okay. Now I understand. So this position here is in meters as well. So left margin is just 5 divided by board cell length. I guess it's to figure out margin in terms of cells. So if it's like 5 and the board cell length is like 2, then we only have like 2 whole meter or 2 whole cells occupying that space. Okay. Or indices, yeah. Right margin index. Left cell margin. Cell. It's not even cell, it's like index. Whatever. We're gonna use the same terminology. Okay, and then we have the player position, and then we do the min x and min y based off of like, hey, position.x divided by board cell length in meters minus the left margin. Which honestly, it's kind of, if we're talking in terms of margins and indices, like why do this whole thing? We can just define how many. It's more easier for us to just define, hey, if this we're gonna call everything that's like, I don't know, 4 cells away, and we're gonna call everything that's like, I guess because we wanted to think in terms of meters instead of doing the conversion in my brain. Yeah, I always have to do this. Okay, whatever. So we understand how many cells we want to move forward, and position.x is like just that and that. Now, the thing that's interesting is the y position. That's where things get really tricky. When do you start coding? Probably middle school, man. And my first language was C++. Also, what's going on, Shiva? C++, I did that for a while, and then I moved to GameMaker because I wanted to make games, and with my knowledge, I couldn't really do the things I wanted to do in C++ to make a game. But yeah, around middle school, that's kind of where I started. And then I had a great stagnation as well with coding because I was just focused. I switched to doing like focusing much more on art. Cull height, we have player theta, which is the current angle, mod 360, player 01. And what does this produce? Player theta. And then we do this correction because there's some weird stuff that happens, of course. And then we have player y equals player y01. There's a normalized value around the ring times board height. So we have a normalized value, and then we have a value based off the board height. And then what do we do here? The min y player.y minus cull height. I think I might even just scrap this implementation if I'm gonna be real with you, because I think there's might be a more intuitive way to deal with culling. I'm studying CFF. I need to know about that language. Yeah, C++ is great. I mean, okay, there's a lot of great features in there. It's also like a lot of stuff. On Discord, yeah. I mean, we also have a general Discord too. The Cozy Cabin Games Discord. If you guys are interested. And there's a lot of people who are much more they're knowledgeable about a bunch of different fields as well, so like, or even parts of programming. So there's people who are much more knowledgeable about web dev than I am, and then there's people who are much more knowledgeable about GPU and complex graphic stuff. Oh, I accidentally did a command there in the console or the chat. Never had middle school here. We only have elementary and high school. Interesting. How much did it last for then? Hyperland? No, I just use basic Ubuntu. Well, you make. I'm working on a game. Also, good to see you, EG Sports. Good to see you, man. Yeah, we're using Vimotions, Josh. Yeah, C++ just has a lot of features that I just don't want to use. I don't know. I just want to have. I want to get like part of me is I just want to get rid of a bunch of abstractions and get closer. Like if I'm working at that level, I'd rather just get as close to having full knowledge of the code base and get closer to the generated stuff than not. Or just keep it very simple. Okay. I think we're gonna break this up. I think we're gonna have like generation of. Because ultimately we're getting indices, right? And if... Wait. How did I do that? How did I switch from that to that? That's helpful to know. Actually, Excali draw. So we have like this block of memory, these bytes. Oh, I understand now. Because we don't do a 2D array. We instead just do a one-dimensional array that's like mapped as a 2D array. And we do some math to get the correct index based off the Y and Z. So like, yeah, so in reality it's like a coordinate here of like 1, 1. We'd actually have to do like, in the array to get that value, you'd have to do, I think it's, whatever, X times the max row count plus Y, I think. It's something like that. So like this would be like, all right, if it's a row count of 5, we do 1 times row count, which is 5. So yeah, it'd be 5, and then you do plus the index here, which is 1. So 1. Yeah, that's how the math shakes out. I'm glad, Uri. Yeah, I think people make coding scarier than it actually is. It's fun when you're designing and implementing your own stuff. Expert in collecting garbage manually. I mean, it's kind of fun. Like, you'd be surprised how many different ways there are of like managing allocations, and everything's very tight, packed in memory. And then like eliminating the need to even have to go to the heap at all, or making things very cache coherent for like things of high tread. Let's see what we're doing here though. So, this is actually the in-game engine. Wrong project. Here we go. So we have yeah, so we have that whole thing going on. So we have, in fact, I should have general models for this. But I'm pretty sure if we go to model, yeah, it's just an array of entities. And this should have, do I need to do struct layout to make sure this is like packed the way I want to? Should I even worry about that? Actually, the whole point of doing it this way is because I want things to be kind of contiguous. Then how don't I have things laid out in memory? Or should I just allow C# to just do the packing the way they do it? Have it add all the stuff. I think it's much more, yeah, we'll just leave it like that for now. You do it in parts? Yeah, of course. Even for a solo project, you have to architect things in like different components. Even functions, like today we just broke up this function in 2 pieces. Where are we? Here we go. Like, that's how you keep yourself kind of sane instead of having a humongous monolith. So we calculate this, we calculate that. So really, okay, so, and then we have, in fact, even this section, because this is kind of a long function, I'm kind of finding it difficult to kind of parse through this. So I might even break this up in like, break this into a smaller section and then embed that. So like get calc x range XX. Oh yeah, dumb. I'm gonna structure it like this as well. And then we're gonna calc Y range. But let me even think about if this is even the way I want to go about it. Because honestly, cause this is partly just for the sake of doing the object calling, but can we just do this onto entities? Oh no, because we have to check to see if there's any of these entities that need to be popped in, which is why we have to also do it in the model side. Gotcha. I understand now why we're doing it that way. I understand now. Okay. Yeah. This makes sense now. So this min Y business will do it here. What are you doing? I'm working on like a object culling thing for the game. Part of it's because I have this I bought this super cheap $40 phone from Walmart for testing, and I want this game to run pretty consistently at 30 FPS on it. So we're doing some we're making it I'm making it so that it doesn't chug. In the worst case scenario from testing, it could be drop down to 16 FPS, but with the ideal number of objects being rendered, it can be very consistently at 30 FPS. So we're having this thing where we're gonna have a bunch of objects on the screen and or a bunch of objects in the stage, but we don't want to have an instance for every single one of them. So we're instead pooling objects and just having the objects that are actually visible on the screen. We had it work on the X component, which is easy, or was easier. And now, I think we diagrammed this at some point. We for sure have. That's the shells. That's the algorithm for how we're going to generate the actual obstacles. Okay, this works. So we have this cylinder the player's rotating around, and everything within this square is what's going to be visible. So we currently have it where the X, everything in this X range is being activated and everything outside of it is deactivated. Perfect, great. Now we want to make it so everything that's outside of the Y value on this cylinder is deactivated. So things here, in fact, let's even shade the view very explicitly so that it's very clear from far away. So any objects outside of this on the upper bounds should also be deactivated. Right now, everything outside, on the X here or here, are going to be deactivated, but things are still visible here. We don't want that. We want to have only the game objects here to be visible. So that's what we're tackling. That's the X component or the Y component calculation that we need to deal with. Yeah, I don't do AI stuff. It could be unethical. Relied upon for making things you don't understand. What's going on, Hem? I once learned OpenGL and I gave up after I managed to make a triangle. Yeah, I mean that's the starting point, man. That's the hump. I think it's easier to deal with OpenGL if you've done shaders before and other engines. Shaders and just that whole whole rendering everything is just kind of a different ball game compared to the regular stuff you do in engines normally. Calculate this. This actually does, okay, so that does what I want it to, and then in calc X range. Also, could you just make this be inline? I know there's like an attribute to do that. I want to try it out. Because I'm breaking up just for my sake, but we don't actually need to do that as far as what's generated. Heck, this could be even static. Does it rely on this anywhere else? No, it doesn't. Cool. Let's make life a little easy for ourselves. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Are you liking it a bit, or is it my internet? I have no idea. It seems like it's fine on my end, but I'm not sure. And very bad for people with OCD. Yeah, and it's also just like, I don't know. Even in the small sections, there's like, even like Copilot in IDE, you end up having some short-term gains, but in the long term you have some losses just because of separation between what's generated and what you think got generated. What's going on? TSD, hey Cozy, out of context. Is it possible to create threads in the resource Discord? I mean, it should be. If it's not, I can enable that if it's needed. What's going on, Midnight? No, we're doing C# right now, Midnight. We're working in C# right now. We're in C# land. Okay, this function is like getting cleaner and cleaner to kind of parse through now. And then we have this whole thing of creating entity. Create switch. And then we have this correction that happens to buffer start, because we want to keep it within range. I think, can this not be a clamp? Like, in all honesty, is this not just effectively a clamp? Math max 0, math min model height. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what clamp does. Am I wrong? Oh no, because we won't. Yeah, it's just, okay, it's for the start and end. Wait, what? Oh, that's the upper and lower range we're gonna be iterating to, because there's no need to iterate through the entire buffer. We're gonna know based off of this, like, how far, roughly the end start and end points for this array. So we don't actually, so this prevent iteration across entire buffer, which I don't know why this is the case, because this is I think this should just by default cover that. Oh, I guess before, when we allowed going backwards, that was not always a guarantee, but if we go forwards, which we're doing now, I think it should actually be fine. Actually, no, it doesn't cover negative values, so I think it's better to keep that enforcement happening. Okay. So we have our buffer start and end. And cool, we just go from there. So let me, so here we index into slot. We iterate from buffer start to before buffer end. Plus plus, okay. So in this case, it's like we're defining, hey, in this array, we know for a fact that the player's view occupies, let's say, like these slots. So we're only, oh my goodness, let's fix that. So we're only going to iterate across, no. We're only going to iterate across like this region, let's say. So we get the upper and lower indices. I need to make sure this is correct though. Because actually max x is probably going to return the index here, not plus the final row. So that's something we have to consider as well for max x. If we're going to just force it to iterate the additional range or not. Okay, so that's one thing to consider. See if we're doing that correctly. Oh, I'm using Rider right now. Bro, add in your friends on Discord. I send you a request. My Discord name is Hancrick. Oh, what'd you know? And a message request. Yeah, I just accept your DM. Add chat in this server. So no, there is chat. You have to actually, if you read the rules, you have to react to it so you can actually talk there in the Discord. Yeah, we need more Vimmers in this world. Yep. We definitely do, Lucas. Yes, we do. More Vim. Thank you, Midnight. Guess how old I am, Cozy? No idea, man. You use a lot of caps, which makes me think you're on the younger side of things. But I don't know. This could be your off time from work. Maybe in your personal time, you just want to have some fun. I don't know, let's say like, I don't know, 16, 18, around that range. Thank you, Mr. 07. Glad you dig it. So, okay, we have this, we have buffer end, we have this. So we iterate from buffer start to end. This may need a maybe pad out. Who knows? But that if it was bad, it would result with just like the end parts being missing. We can adjust that when the time comes. And that'd be just a matter of adding like length plus the extra padding. It would be like time plus board height or something. Like that'd be what you do, but let's just test this as is first. And I'm assuming the value, the incorrect things is happening within the min y, or how we're factoring in. So okay, we're iterating through the range. We have slot, we have check to see the slot is alive, we do the whole creation. If the slot is not alive, it's okay, we don't have to bring it to life. We can skip past it. If the min y is less than the max y, what? What is this law? Why did I do that? What? Oh, I think there's some because we're, oh, I think I understand why we do this. And it's due to the fact that unlike X positions, Y positions, things can wrap around the range. Because like, yeah. Okay, I'm starting to recall why things are the way they are and why it seems so weird and wild. So the game takes place in a circle, essentially, or a cylinder. And if we look at the cross section of it, it's like, why is my input lagging? It's gonna drive me crazy. Every couple seconds it lags for a second. This is the most decrepit circle I've seen. Okay, you know what? We have shapes. We can do that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Okay, whatever. We have a cross section here. Now let's say we arbitrarily label this area as like 0, and there's like, I don't know, over here, it's like, I don't know, let's say we have 12 rows available for use. So if the player views around this part of the circle, so they're looking, the views like here, like so, the value range might be like, actually, let's even keep this simpler. Let's say this is a value range of 0 to 10, right? Well, here the min kind of makes sense. It's like, hey, it's probably somewhere around like 4, and this is probably around somewhere like 6. Okay, so the min range is this and the max range is 6. Cool. Things get weird when the views actually by the end / the beginning. Because with our little calculation, based off this angle for the viewing angle, we might end up with a scenario where we say, hey, the min is actually 8, and the max, or the max is 8 and the min is like 2, let's say, over here. Well, that's not great, because then if we iterate through that range of like 2 to 8 in that way, we're going to go the long ways instead of, we're going to end up culling everything around here instead of culling this range here. Or instead of working our way from 2 to 8, we have to actually have some way of indicating, hey, we're iterating between backwards from 2 to 8 or from 8 to 2. So that's why we have that weird case where we check to see if min x is less than min y when we calculate it. So let's actually look at how we're doing our calculation to see if it addresses things the way I want it to. What's going on, Hyun? Yeah, go ask. Konnichiwa. Ohayou gozaimasu. The wonder of you. It's a JoJo reference. Wonder of you. ERP systems there. I forgot why I had to learn to code in the first place. Are we not hired to code there? Don't mind gaming. That's totally not just me and Lucas talking about Minecraft. I mean, that's fine. You guys can code. I could rename the gaming channel to be the Zero and Lucas Minecraft Club. I don't know. I kind of dig. I dig it. It's kind of, it's weird. It's kind of reminding me of like back in the day when I used to play Minecraft with friends. It reminds me back in the day when I used to have friends. Let's even start there, man. Man. It's like watching Khan Academy. Love the streams, unintentionally creating nostalgia. Well, I appreciate it, Spare. Khan Academy helped me out a bunch through high school and college. Yeah, I guess it does like have that Khan Academy type feel. It's just a little bit more jank because I'm using Linux and things just don't work sometimes. Okay, there's like something going on here. Let me inspect the game and see how it looks. Like, we have a value readout for this between 0 and 1. And in fact, let me enable the console outputs. And we're gonna look just for Y. Okay, and Y is like 30, and then we keep going, 60, 70, 80, 90, 120, oh, 90, and then it goes back to, oh, there's something weird happening there. There's something weird happening. Yeah, there's something weird happening with the Y calculation. I almost want to write unit tests to see if this is working the way I have it planned, or the way I have it in mind. So let's actually just run through the whole value range, and then we're going to see. To accept invite. Oh, what? C# Vive. Okay, let's see what the values we got here. We're not gonna collapse duplicates, or we're gonna. We're not collapsing. So let me start from 0. So yeah, we're stuck at 0. We start going up, and it goes through 90, 10, 100. Row 18, 19, 20, 21, 24. Yeah. We go through the values. 30, in the 40s, 50s, 60s. I need to deal with this mouse situation because it's kind of driving me crazy. Let me try using the old mouse. I don't think this glitches out. 70s, 80s, 100, 111. Get to the 20s at some point. 25. And then 128 is where it should wrap around to like 1. If it does that, great. If it doesn't, and it does do that, it goes to 0 and then 1. Okay. So I believe our value calculation is correct. I think the output was just lagged. So that means our value for player Y is correct. This is a correct cell value. And then we do min Y is player Y minus call. In fact, let's be very specific about what is going on here. Y row. Should indicating what row we're on. What do you need? What do you need help, TST? Well, let me in. What happened? Entering panic mode. Yeah, apparently Carlbot got banned. You got banned? How'd you get banned? 1 second. What did Carlbot do? Or was it Dino? Modlog for spamming attachments. Oh, you got banned for attachments. My bad. I think I made my restrictions very tight after that raid we had. Maybe I should loosen a little bit more. Bans, let me unban you. Revoke ban, yep, you're done. You're good, you're good. You're welcome back now. Sorry about that, man. You're back, TST. Also, let's not delete the server. I almost pressed the delete server button. Not great. That sounds like a bad idea. And PDF files in the GD. Yeah, I think it was like too much. I think it was like too much at once. I think I have to do like a certain amount. Yeah, I think TST stuff just disappeared. All right, 1 second. Let me configure code Carlbot real quick, so that it's not as judicious with the bans. Or maybe I'll up the limit or something. It sucks that when you get banned, it deletes the history of everything. That's stupid. I wish there's a way to cache it, but... Alright, let's look at the bot moderation, auto mod. What do you have here? Just bad links, general settings, spam, temp mute, attach and span. There's a warning and then there's delete message. So it's like punish after 4 files in 5 minutes. I think that's a thing. So I think that might be the thing. Okay, what's more reasonable? Let's say like if you do more than like 20 files in like 10 minutes, I think at that point there's something egregious going on there. Maybe 15. I don't know, 20. But that isn't banned though. I don't know, I might have to look into it. You should be able to join again though, TST. TST has rejoined. And then I'll give you your power back. Your role. I believe you're gym leader as well. Loki, I kind of want to change gym leader to be like wizards or something. That feels more evocative of like holders of knowledge. How do I add this? How do I fix this? One second, I'm gonna manage the server thing and then I'm gonna get back to the work. Also, let me open up a chat so I can see what's going on here. I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry, TST. I'm sorry, man. What's going on, Mercury? And Donna. One second. I'm finished fixing a little server issue, guys. One sec. Roles. Gym leader. No, I don't want to view server as role. I'll fix it later. Oh well. Hopefully that gets fixed though. So, let's see what we got going on here. What was I thinking? I think I lost my train of thought. Y, we're fixing the Y value. Okay. Y value. And we guarantee that the row thing is correct. And then we do what? Say hate? Just to say hate? Hi, okay, what's going on, Spartan? Good to see you again, man. I appreciate you popping in with 4% battery, man. But get that charge, dog. No, you're good, TSD. No, it's not on you, dog. That's my B with Carlbot configurations. We'll fix it. Yeah, absolutely nuked. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with. If I need to fix that stuff. I'm also get rid of Dino and just have Carlbot moderate. Okay, so we have player row. So what do we have? We have this culling height. Oh, that's like the view. Yeah, it's exaggerated. So this is the height of the view in row, or in row space, let's say. I like how you could take any number and just say, oh, it's in row space, it's in Y space, it's in speaker space, TV space, like you could just say whatever. This doesn't be the culling space. Like how many the number of rows before an object gets culled from the screen. So we have this player theta, we have, and in fact this can be a const because we're not modifying that. And then we do min y is player y row minus cull height, and then min y, if it's less than 0, then we do board height plus min y. Why do we do board height plus min y? Because wouldn't it be, if we have, like the row is 0, right? We minus the height, and then we get a negative value. Wouldn't this rather be board height minus min y? So you get the height of the board. So if it's overflowing the other way, we have to take the board height and then minus min y from it. Otherwise, you just use normal y, the min y. And then for the max y, if it exceeds the board height or equals the board height, we do max y minus board. Why do we do that? Wouldn't you just want to do... Oh, yeah, max y. Yeah, you get the leftover. Max y minus board height. Yeah. Okay, that's working the way I would think it. Maybe the issue is just this. Maybe the issue is just that. Let's try it out. This might be, maybe it's just that simple. Maybe I just made a little dum-dum. And I don't have to go through my code. What are you making? I'm working on a game for mobile, and I'm just working through some optimizations right now. Say more because I heard the word bug fix. Yeah, we're getting there, hopefully. Thank you, Spartan. I'm not seeing the culling that I desire to see in the world. I'm not seeing the culling I desire here. I'm seeing on the X, but not on the Y. So like the things in the back should just be culled, and they're not. That's no good. I love that from afar you can still see the sprites very well. This is not how the game actually looks. I have it scaled in a specific way just to make debugging this more easy. But yeah. Okay. So that wasn't the fix. But maybe we're getting closer. So we do the wrapping so that if min y is less than that, we take board height, subtract from it. Okay, that makes sense. We do, say, the same wrapping consideration for the max x. Cool. Then we go into the call of this function, which, by the way, let me do something real quick. No, we actually need it. You can't be static. Okay. Let me do something real quick. I'm just kind of curious about something. C# inline function. There's an attribute to make functions inline. I don't have to pay like... where is it? Why are we doing with lambdas? There's like an inline. I know there's an inline attribute. C# inline attribute. I know you're here somewhere. Okay. Okay. Where's the function? I'm just looking for MS Microsoft MSDN, yeah. SK. Any desire to try Flame or Flame to make 2D games? Nah, I mean, is that an engine or something? But nah, I'm gonna do in general though, for any 2D games in the future, I'd rather use my own engine. Where is it? There we go. Method implementation options, aggressive inlining. There we go. Very nice. Nope. Aggressive inlining. Aggressively inlining these functions. Perfect. Thank you, Davoth. Manipulating your mind is like catching fish. If you master baiting, you will have. Oh my goodness, no. Chiro, yeah, Stack Overflow. We love Stack Overflow in this chat. Yeah, we Vim everything, man. D. Jacob, it's been a minute, man. It's good to see you, dog. You have your engine? Yeah, I have over here. This is how I used my engine for this, like, I mean, it's a very simple thing, but for the Cozy Cabin Games, like, away scene. Like, this is done in there, and then there's an actual other project that has, like, this editor in there. I have to load it up, though. If I can. Where are you? Nope. Where are you? Yeah, let's do new one. Why not have 3 instances of a JetBrains project? Come on, load. And this is the one that's like has Vim motions for the editor, so I can, like, for example, be like, hey, I'm gonna place an object. So we go into insertion mode, and then we can navigate around and select what we want to have. So I'd be like, hey, let's throw this there, and then I don't know, maybe get this and put that there, and then get this guy and that, and then like I just want to be able to go through my editor without having to use a mouse. You can also move things in the Z direction as well, so you can, like, I don't know, do stuff like this, or if you want to put stuff in the background like this, and then you can just go into play mode, and it's just like, hey, there's all this stuff here. But I'm in the middle of, like, a big refactor. One part is, like, I did this whole refactor with the material system and the entity structure, so we're gonna have to do that. And then there's the other part of, like, changing how I do the collision detection. So things are kind of busted right now, but you get the idea, the gist. The gist. This is the dream. This is what I want. This is how I want to edit things. I don't have to use my mouse at all. And it's great. Like, the thing, like, we did a comparison, I think, between, because I did the Stream World overlay in Unity, and then I remade it in my engine, and it's like a, it was like a crazy performance difference. I forgot where I posted it in the Discord, but there's like a screenshot somewhere of that, which is pretty, it was nice that, like, not only did that work, but it also solved the issue where if we had 2 Unity projects running, like, one would tank like crazy, even though it can handle the workload. I don't know, there's something weird happening with Unity or some process. So, but when I use my overlay, everything works fine, and it's like great. It's like life is happy, life is good. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I enjoy it. I'm kind of sad that I have, like, a few games in Unity that I have to wrap up, because it's like I want to just finish them so I can just go full in my engine. Thank you, Dr. Pepper. I was using Unity if you make a game in Flame. I have no idea what Flame is. Is why my code is working. Why isn't my code working? Yeah, it's the you can't escape it. Scriabin's enjoyer. Scriabin enjoyer. You like I like me a little Scriabin. Scriabin. Good composer. Are you rich in RAM, Cozy? Kind of. Not as rich as I want it to be, but it's still very much rich than... What was it? Is it G-top? I forgot what it was. It was... I don't have H-top. I know that. But I got a special one. It's Is it... I'm pretty sure it was like G-top. Do I not have it installed? I could have stored... GC top? No, I forgot what it was. It was like a... It was like a... Where is it? Am I crazy? I know I have. I know. I forgot what it is called though. There's a project. No. forgot the command, what it's called. No, not that one. I think Lucas put me onto that. Now it's gtop, but that's not apparently what it is. I have 64 gigs of RAM. That's the information you're looking for. 64 gigs of RAM. That's what we got going on here. This actually is gonna bother me now that I don't know what this is. It's like G. There's. Oh my goodness, I feel like so dumb. I know what the command is. Oh, here's the command, the keywords. And then also additional commands. It's teach me everything you know, Master. I always thought about doing something like that, but I'm not too confident in my ability to remember all the physics formulas. I mean, there's different ways to do it. You don't have to actually do accurate physics formulas, especially like since a lot of what we're doing is just really applying offsets to values every single frame. So you can do very simple approximations of it. The physics I'm doing is not complicated at all. It's much more just simple, discrete physics calculations. And, you know, the entities themselves handle whether or not they're going to be colliding with stuff. The API is very much similar to kind of how GameMaker does it. With just simple queries to say, hey, are you colliding with something? Or are you not? And then do your behavior based off of that. It's not like Unity's rigid body where it's just going to handle physics and it's just kind of you just let it do its thing or add impulses or velocities to it. I'm a bit more hands-on with it in this version, but that's kind of how I got used to doing things in GameMaker. In a weird way, even though I don't like GameMaker anymore, there's still a lot of things about how I interact with it that I still kind of carry over to my dev kits and code, just because I kind of like the API and how it's structured. Okay, so if our value is correct, and I think we corrected for the min and max value, next is the stage of doing the culling. In fact, I almost want to have these functions appear after one another. So you have like the basic functions on top, like calc x and y range. Then you have this, like it's ordered in terms of dependencies, the way you kind of do it in C, kind of. On Odin using Gemini, but it's rough. I wish I knew more. Odin's also kind of odd. I did a stream a while ago, a long time ago in Odin, and yeah, it's not. Odin is weird, and there's a lot of things I don't like about Odin. That it just bugs me, and it's like fundamental design stuff about it. So yeah, I can't. I know there's someone. Kieran used to be here more. When Kieran was here regularly, he was like super big into Odin. I'm not sure if he's still into that, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not here to really debate about AI. That's just my general stance, and I'm not really gonna change my position on it, or at the very least, not during a stream. And the Flutter framework. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about those things. I've been hearing a lot about Flutter, just mentioned in passing, but I really don't know nothing about it. List the most. Yeah, no, I don't think that's in the same realm actually. Okay, let's go through this actual cull. No, it's not the cull object. Let's go through the actual model update. So we get our X and Y range, cool. We have our buffer end start, cool. There's a consideration there. There is skip creation if outside the range. So here we do a couple different checks here. I think there's a basic X check. I think, okay, I try to be clever. So we check to see if it's wrapped around. Check if not wrapped around. It was okay. Okay. Just saying what I'm dealing with. Yeah, I mean, even then for learning, I think AI is actually not the biggest boon most people think about it. It is, in that it's kind of, you get something very quickly, like the information you're seeking, but you also miss all this arbitrary, or not arbitrary, but all this peripheral knowledge and information that would give you a better foundation. But that's a whole different discussion. No, not right now, Stelios. I have it in the background, but right now we're working on this other game in Unity. And one day I'll be free to be in that land, be back in my engine land. Check if Y is not wrapped around. I think we can simplify this. Do we have the xcol check here at all? Because it's happening at some level. Is it happening in object? Oh, this is checking to see if it's in range, if it should be included for creation. We don't check for X here because by virtue of this buffer start and end, we're only iterating through the ranges where an object can be alive. Gotcha. So this checks to see for Y. If it's outside the bounds for Y. No, we need to skip X because we iterate through X range by default. Hey, what's going on, Zero? What's going on? One can only dream of being free. Yeah, but you can only dream of being free. I mean, one day. For now, though, we're stuck in Unity land, and then hopefully after I get like 2 games done in Unity, I can finally go back to my game engine. Or maybe I just don't. Maybe I just get this game done, and then I just go into my engine and just figure out how to deploy to Android and build there. And then I could remake Messy Mansion in my engine. That sounds like a lot of fun. Slot position.y. So we have slot position. In fact, let's just even simplify this. Slot so we don't have to make this so verbose. Okay. And we skip redundant game object activation, and then we do this. Create switch statement. Yeah, it's gonna happen at some point. We're not gonna do that right now. Let's see what's going on here. I began directly with Flutter. I don't know much about Kotlin, although I believe you have more liberty with Kotlin. Yeah, Kotlin's kind of a weirdly terse language. I'm only aware about Kotlin because I know you can transpile from Kotlin to like either Java or TypeScript, to my understanding, which is actually kind of cool. It's actually kind of rad, actually. You're kind of given that extra option. But aside from that, I really don't. The syntax for Kotlin seems very weird to me. Maybe it's because I'm just not used to it. I have the liberty of, or not liberty, the luxury of having used a bunch of languages that kind of have similar syntax. Heck, even Rust syntax is actually not that crazy to me, but when I look at Kotlin code, it's kind of just jumbles my brain a little bit. So if slot y is less than, so this is not wrapped. So we're iterating through a normal range. So slot y is not less than min y, and slot y is, what? Wait, is slot y is less than min y? No. Oh no, this is the exit condition. That's what we're doing. So if it's less than min y and it's greater and is greater than max y, that means we're not gonna activate this object. There's no point in doing that. You know what? Actually, I think the issue may not even be here. It may be elsewhere. And otherwise, if slot y is greater than, and this is if in the case they're flipped. So across origin. So in this case, if slot y is greater than min y, because min y yeah, so in this case, come on, compile. In this case, here, 2 is min, but we actually want to reject everything that's greater than, yeah. So if it's greater than min y or less than max y, we don't bother activating it. Okay, that makes sense to me. And next we go into culling objects. We have this removal list. We iterate through all the keys in the view objects here. Not view objects, just the objects in the view. We have key.x is greater than min.x, and key.x is less than max at x. So this object's outside of the x range. We're including this. We're not going to deactivate it. It's not for removal. And then we return to pool. Okay, so we're iterating to eliminate objects. So this is within X, it's fine. And then here we do the flipperino. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. I'm learning as I go. What language would you recommend me to learn? I want to build an open world RPG procedurally generated map with waveform collapse graph grammar. I mean, you can do that in like any language, right? And in any engine. Yeah, I haven't looked at papers for graph grammar in a while too. That's kind of weirdly nostalgic. But if you're learning programming in general, I always recommend C. In your case, seems like you're tied to a specific idea. So in that case, I don't know, if you're starting out, like just choose an off-the-shelf engine, whether it be Unity, Unreal, Godot, what have you. C is great for learning fundamentals, and I actually prefer to just kind of work there, and I would like to work there for most of my stuff. But like for learning purposes, it might be beyond just getting better at programming, like an actual project that has to deal with more complex state. Then yeah, I can see why you'd want. I would recommend an engine for sure. I like C#. It's what I'm used to. It's a statically typed language. It's gives you a lot of affordances for not only memory management but also unsafe stuff. And then if you do things that require like external DLLs, like let's say you're gonna do some weird stuff with like mesh gen, and you want to use like a library, C# is very easy to kind of interop with DLLs and then marshal data between them. Or if you want to even do unsafe stuff, C# actually gives you some ability to do that, and even ways. It's kind of saying like I know how to. I'm a big boy. I know C++. We're gonna do C++ things here. There's some extra considerations because there's a garbage collector, so you have to like pin memory in place so it doesn't get moved around by the garbage collector, but you have that power in C#, which is really cool. I think there's a lot of languages where they're kind of mid-level or high-level and they're just kind of stuck there, but C# actually gives you some ability to go much more lower level, which is pretty cool. Still limitations, but I like it a lot. All right, anyways, so marks objects for elimination. Or pull return on, but whatever. So in this case, if the key x is greater than min x and key x is less than max x, that's good. If min y is less than max y, then we just say, hey, if the key dot y is greater than min y and key is max y, we continue. Okay, that seems to make sense to me. Otherwise, if it's flipped, we do, hey, if key dot y is less than key dot y is less than min y and it's greater than max y. Yeah, and it has to be or. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So the logic here seems pretty solid, if I'm going to be real with you. It's not that complex and complicated. We're not getting the behavior we want. Let me also increase the window, though, because maybe that might be causing issues with this min. In fact, in the calc y function, because we have this cull height. So you have the player row, the current row the player's at, and then we do a subtraction based on the cull height, and then cull plus. In fact, this is really like cull half height. And let's say this is like 10 rows or something. I wonder if that's causing issues. Let's go into the game and see if this works. C# uses Unity for procedural. I mean, depending what you're doing. Though if you're doing some bespoke node graph generation or graph grammar stuff, you probably have to implement that yourself. For web integration for web, I use Pixie and I made my own game engine in TypeScript. Yeah, I mean, TypeScript is cool until like something goes wrong at the JavaScript level that TypeScript does not catch, and then it becomes kind of a pain in the butt to kind of debug because, hey, you're dealing with transpiled JavaScript code, not your nicely formatted TypeScript code, which is what kind of kills it for me. Like even for like the website for Cozy Cabin Games, I wrote like a TypeScript library to handle the drawing of this. It's kind of jank. It's actually very jank. It's very, very jank. But hey, man, it's like pretty decent. Maybe not responsive, but reasonably okay. But yeah, there's a lot of jank I encountered and odd stuff that goes on. TypeScript is not like the perfect haven that you'd expect it to be. Oh man. But I can't blame TypeScript. I think you just blame JavaScript at the end of the day. That was the place I grew up. Yeah, C#'s great. Thank you, Nimbly. Or Nimble. It's strongly typed for compiler sense, IntelliSense and whatnot, though, so of course it's a runtime language, not compilable. Yeah, it's transpiled. But it lets me pretend like I'm working in C# still, which is cool. Okay, the game compiled, right? So we can run it and just see if this works or not. And either we have the culling that we desire, and no we don't. No, we don't. I'm seeing some stuff disappear in and out, but not the stuff I desire to see. Yeah. If I go fast, Oh, and there's some objects that are not getting... Yeah, there's some things that are not getting cold the way I want it to, which is not great. Not great at all. And I think the issue lies here, not with the object call function, but rather this here, because this is, regardless of what happens here, that handles like the killing of objects, but this is allowing objects to pop in that shouldn't be able to pop in, or shouldn't have been popped in. Like this, we're reaching this before it's supposed to, which is bad. And I'm willing to bet that it's due to this being just failing and being way too permissive than it should be. So I think let's just, yeah, we can debug. No, we can do a breakpoint, but let's just do this. It's fine. Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be printed out for every single entity, isn't it? On the for loop. Whatever. Min X, min Y, max Y, and then we have the slot. Let's see if we have any cases where it should be. And in fact, even beyond that too, I think we should also get the I wonder if the issue isn't with the way I've implemented it, but rather the Y position mapped here. No, it's not going to be the Y position that's mapped there, because we're actually getting the correct stuff there. So, yeah, this is odd. Let's see. Oh, Tamerka, what's going on? It's good to see you. What's going on, JP? Code and chill. I'm down. Let's go, man. Have you done the hitboxes or hurtboxes yet? For this game, I think, yeah, pretty much. I've already done that. It's not that complex, or at least for this one. And a CRT. To not be intimidated by coding. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, the biggest thing for me was just kind of the realization that, like, let me check out this value. Slot 72. Min Y, max Y, 49. Is there any place where they are flipped? As far as like, just take it one module at a time. Things that you think are crazy, also professional programmers also think it's kind of a lot to do, right? But also things that you think are crazy oftentimes are simpler than you imagine, right? I think so much of programming, like there's a long period of time, like a couple years, where I stagnated very badly with programming, and I just kind of quit. Cause like, I thought I was too dumb to deal with certain problems. And it's like, cause I thought maybe I'm just too dumb and it's too complicated. But then when I was forced to do so, for like, you know, when I was put in situations where I was forced to deal with it, it turns out, hey, this is actually not that crazy or complex. And, you know, you can just do it in a naive way and you'll still get something. And like, I would have learned more. I would have done way more had I not psyched myself out thinking I'm too dumb to do stuff, and instead just do it, right? And it's not like due to external things. It's just internal pressure that kind of caused me to think like, hey, You know, I'm too dumb to do that, so I'm never going to implement, like, let's say, saving any game that requires save data, because I don't know how to deal with that. What are the considerations on platforms? What if, how do I do that on, like, web, or how do I do that on Android or whatever, or how do I do that on computers? Like, simple stuff like that, like, I psyched myself out with for a long time, like years. But when you just shut out the voice and just try doing it, you'll be surprised. Like, it's like, oh, it's actually not as bad as I thought. And I was overthinking this, and it's fine, actually. Okay, here's a case where there's an object that is 128. Whoops, one sec. A case of an object that has a min of 128, a max of 19, and this value is within that range. I want to see if there's an object. No, it's outside of that range. So this object should have not passed inspection. Should have not been created. Okay, so that's a failure case. What's going through your brain when you're doing that? Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm trying to figure out how I want to go about, because we can go through the code directly here, but I'm kind of thinking about how do I want to catch the situations where it doesn't do what I expect it to do. Like, in fact, let's even try to find some way of catching every single scenario that's failing. Because right now, I don't know. Objects are just appearing, and I'm not sure if these objects are the correct ones or not. So let's do something simple here, right? We can do some simple assertion business. We have like this whole conditional that's determining objects that should not be included. In fact, let's do this. Like, before we do the skipping, I'm gonna have this expression again. We're gonna have a Boolean that says should fail. And we're gonna do like, I guess, a ternary. And a ternary value is gonna be, so if this, then the expression is going to be, the Boolean expression is going to be this. Otherwise, the Boolean expression is going to be this. Right? So you collapse these Boolean expressions into a ternary value, and then we're going to let this run the course, and even have like a thing that indicates should fail, and it's gonna be true or false depending on this, right? I'm assuming it should, like, this is gonna be working correctly, but we can at least validate that. And then we're gonna let it run its course, and then we're gonna do an assertion here that says, hey, should fail is false. Because if it made it past this gauntlet here, that means that, hey, this object was meant to not be instantiated. But somehow it passed through here and it was instantiated. So something bad's gone critically here. Yeah, because if this is true, we continue. That means we don't instantiate the object. So let's just run this. And if our assertion triggers, that means, okay, the issue's happening somewhere there with that expression. Let's just, that shouldn't be the case. Because mathematically, it's like, that's pretty sound. Like, the Boolean logic is exactly the same. And I'm not seeing any assertion failings, so that's cool. Let me also make sure that we trigger the recompilation. So if that's the case, then the issue can't be there. The issue will have to be somewhere in like the object culling, which is weird because it seems like the simplest part, but who knows? Okay, and then let's go through the log. No errors here, so that means our assertion isn't failing at any given point. Everything is showing that it should fail. False. Okay, let's validate this to see if it's, because maybe it's something wrong with that logic. So if all these are guaranteed to not fail, that means our Boolean expression is wrong then. So there's a case, for example, before where the value was wrong. Let's go through the entire cylinder. Okay, we went through the entire cylinder, which means we cycled through like all the different values. Cool. And let's see if there's any of these that are offending, that are not correct. Usually I'm going to suspect the ones where the max and min y's are flipped. There's a lot of them here. Okay. It's gonna be by here, I think. Okay, so hey, wait a second. Should fail is true. And slot is 13. And it is min y is 128 and 19. Huh. That is... I think that's actually odd. Because these are flipped, right? This is the bigger value, this is the smaller value. Do I do the flip before this function? Is that what happens? Oh. Min of 128. Max y is 19. Maybe I should have instead of like, I should actually enforce the min and y values to actually be correct min and x, y, and y values. But then have like a separate Boolean to kind of indicate if we're flipping the inclusion order. That might clarify some stuff a bit more. Because in this scenario, it's like, okay, a value of 13 is between these. So this should actually be false. Because at this range between 128, 13 should be the value that falls in between it, and yet it's still, it's within the value that we expected, and yet it's showing true. So I think the issue lies in the logic here. And maybe partly because of the confusion of this min and max value calculation. Advance. I appreciate it, man. What kind of games are you coding? I'm coding a mobile game. Yeah, it's my actual monitor. I'm using it. It's a real one. Cozy, I'll call it a night. Good night, TST. You have a good one, man. Take care. Okay, let's do something, because we're gonna trace through our logic again, but I think what we're gonna do is make our logic a bit more less weird, because you have this whole thing where we have this min and max y value, but like we also allow it to not be that, which is dumb. Instead, I think we should introduce another thing, a Boolean, flip inclusion, to handle that scenario we discussed before, where, you know, viewing angles here that are on the origin, you'd want to include the values that are less than the min value and greater than the max value. So I think we need to do that. I think that's gonna be what makes life easy for us. So we have, do this whole thing here. We do the correction for these values. Then we check to see if, in fact, flip inclusion is gonna be equal to if max y is less than min y. And then if that's the case, we actually do like a trinity swap, where we basically have max y, and then we assign max y to min y, and then we do min y equals max, or equals temp. Oh, C# has syntax for this, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. So mix max y, min y, we switch with min y, max y, perfect. Okay, and then we no longer have to do this dumb thing. We can instead be like, keep the values you're storing there consistent, and instead just have explicit communication of state here. So instead of all this weird stuff we're doing, instead we just do, hey, flip, is it just flip? Yeah, flip. Okay, so we flip inclusion, then we're gonna do this one actually. Otherwise, we'll do this one. So slot wise, so we're flipping inclusion. That means that we go, hey, you're either less than min y or you're greater than max y. And that just makes sense. I'm not confused anymore. I know what this is supposed to be doing. Why are you being weird? Oh, cause that there we go. But yeah, I think that just makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good now. I think this might actually solve our problems. And there's no need for this anymore, because then we can just do the if should fail and we continue on our way. This is always going to be false now, which is good. I'll just remove that, but for right now we'll just keep it. So we flip inclusion. Should fail will be if slot y is less than min y and actually greater than min y and it's less than max y. So that's, you fail there, yeah. Otherwise, you fail if you're less than this and greater than that. Yup. Okay, this is better. This is easier on my brain, and I don't have to keep track of all these weird value flips and whatnot. And then in the actual cull objects thing too, we can even have like a and have this be a Boolean. Okay, cool. And then this expression becomes simpler. I mean, we can simplify it much more. Honestly, I think I can't. Honestly, I think having this condensed Boolean expression is gonna be better for my mental well-being. So is in Y range, because that's what we're looking for, right? If it's in range, objects to be for eliminations. So this is in range, and it's gonna be in range if if we flip inclusion, then it's gonna be this expression where we go, hey, I mean, let's audit this. Let's make sure the way I'm thinking through this is the way it should actually be. Okay, so we're checking to see if is in range, right? Is in Y range. So we're flipping. That means the key Y must be less than this. Actually, it's backwards in that case. Nope, stop trying to clean up my code. I formatted specifically. Okay, there we go. So we flip inclusion, we have to have the Y be less than the min and greater than the max, and that's correct. Otherwise, if it's normal range, then it's simply Y greater than min, Y less than max. Okay. And then this just becomes a simple thing of like, hey, if it's in range, we continue on our way. Otherwise, we don't. Okay, I think this logic is way easier for me to follow, and hopefully this should just work. This also needs to output. Yeah. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, let's see if this actually works the way I envision it. Let me catch up in chat. My bad, guys. I kind of got locked in there for a second. No, dude. I'm insane. Say DWM and CRT rocks. Yeah, Windows managers are great. I like it. And the CRT is always fun, too. Let me re-import. No, we don't do that, John. We don't do that. Here's my AI policy. Too stoned for this. Why is this code lines? What do you mean code lines? I feel like a mouse would help. Nah, mouse slows you down. That's why so much of my process is avoiding a mouse, because you can just do things way faster. That's why Unity is kind of a pain point for me, because I have to... It's not meant for me. So I have to... It slows me down. No, it wouldn't reverb. And besides, I actually care about writing good code and optimized code. At least optimized to the best of abilities. And I actually like getting better at my craft. Okay, let's see what's going on. So the X culling is still working the way I intended to. There's some weird strays that are happening, but we'll get there eventually. There is something happening with the Y's though. I want to get rid of the player X minimum speed. Let's see here. Update sprite. Physics update. There we go. We have a minimum speed of 0 or 3. Let's change it to that. Was it 3? Yeah, it was 3. Okay, cool. That we can just focus purely on the Y changes and not the X changes. So far, nothing is there. Then we move up. So out of 128, we have a view window of 40. I'm not seeing any objects pop in. Or I think I actually am. I think I am actually. Yeah! Is it working? It is! It's kind of working. Let's go! Okay. Not to the degree I want it to, though. So there's still some things to deal with, but we're a step closer. We're actually having objects pop in and pop out based off the Y position. There's still some oddities, though. But we can deal with that. We can wrestle with that. Let's freaking go! Okay, one sec. I need to have control over the... I have to actually be able to get -1 or negative values here. Is that going to force me to go backwards? I wonder. What's going on here? I'm just using basic i3 tree fingers. Deep understanding, but understand. Yeah, no, I don't like AI in general, guys. I think if you rely on it, you're losing a lot of baseline peripheral knowledge about different levels of how things work, and you're just gonna get more and more like atrophied in terms of your skill. I think it's not the tool you think it is. 2025, 2026. Yeah, honestly. Let's see here. Yeah, it's like a Faustian bargain. Okay. Compiled, I think, so let's see if it does the min thing I want it to do. Either way, my position on this is not going to change. Or at the very least, it's definitely not going to change in this stream, or on stream. So I want to see when these objects pop in, because there seems to be like a consistency when they are. It's almost inverted though, in a weird way. It's very odd. It's either like the window's too big, or the culling is actually inverted. Then it was inverted. Everything that got to the same Y value as me would be inverted, and that's not the case. Only certain things are getting inverted. So we're getting closer because the actual behavior we want to have happen is happening. The odd thing, though, and the assertion's not failing, right? Like, we're not having any failed assertions. Yeah, we're good there. And then our min and Y values are being swapped correctly. So let's go to a value of like near 100. Near 100. Okay, so here's where things switch up, right? So the min is like 0.4, and then the max is like 108. Okay. Value of should fail, true, okay. And the assertion didn't trigger, so it did fail, I'm assuming. And cool, and that's within the range, that's acceptable range. So I wonder if like, cause I feel like the window should be bigger almost. I don't know. Fix that. On using it to understand documentationally easily, I always struggle with that. I just use it to learn new topics, but from there, I research outside of AI. Yeah, there's a beauty of learning how to read documentation and getting good at understanding it. Like even C documentation, I used to not be able to understand what's going on, but you start understanding the lingua franca, the structure, and then you start understanding what you expect to see from things. I think if you're gonna use it practically, like you can use it for getting sources and citations, and then pointers for you to do your own research. But like I said, there's a component of my stance that isn't based on practicality. Also, it's also based on just ethics, and I think it's just I think AI is just wrong, like ethically bad. Like the only argument for AI or usage of AI being not unethical is like if you're gonna be burning and sinking a hole into the pocket of ChatGPT of OpenAI, and just like you're just doing dumb stuff on there just to raise Sam Altman's monthly cost. Then sure. But yeah. How they make the AI work, if they make their own training. Yeah, if they're using like their own trading data, then that's fine. A lot of my arguments would go away. And the only thing that would possibly remain would be like just the actual practical usage of it. Is there like an offset maybe? I wonder if there's like an offset in the way we're wrapping data. Like, I wonder, let's even do something more extreme. Let's do something even more extreme. Let's, because we have a method for generating the levels. I want to have a clear-cut view of this. So instead of, within the game board, so we have a thing here. We have the object pooling, the broker. We have the global shader stuff. We have the playboard, transform, local position, whatever. Board state. So and that's a texture data. We're not using that anymore though. I might just get rid of it just to get noise out of here. Why do I have this? Okay, whatever. Player transform local position.z level generators. Okay, so we generate a default level chunk here, right? And this is iterating through here, and then it's placing one object in this row. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going through the width of the board, and what we're going to do instead is iterate through the height. Or j equals 0, j plus then board height, j plus plus, and then I could just unify this declaration and instantiation. Okay. I'm gonna probably like and then buffer index is what? Create an entity dot position dot x dot y. And that's how we calculate the buffer index. Game board, and it's gonna do a position on there based off of that, and then it's gonna randomly, okay, it's gonna do the random placement there. I don't like that, actually. Yeah, there's a lot I need to change, actually, to test this properly. It's much less... Generating code is much less fun than writing it. Yeah, that's true. And earlier I talked about this, but I treat coding as like a craft for me. Like, I don't care about... The end product is far less important than the actual process and the craft and the skill involved with it. And just getting better at it. Is what you particularly dislike the most. Well, I think it's a few things. It's not just that. It's not just the ethics of the sourcing of data. I just don't think I also think just, it's not as practical, or in the places where it is providing some practicality, there's something that you're losing as well. I think just in general though, like, there's something about writing actual, not even just code, but just making things of handcrafted value. What are you doing? I'm working on the game right now. Actually, no. The carpal tunnel thing, like, it went away when I started using this keyboard, and I also started taking magnesium and help with it. There's a consideration of maybe doing surgery at some point, but thankfully, that is not a thing I have to worry about anymore, which is cool. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do a shader like that. We're not going to do anything with entities. We're not going to populate stuff. We're not going to do any of this. I think I'm just going to get rid of everything here because we just don't need it. We don't need these little shader properties. We don't need to do this value assignments here. It's not really needed anymore because we're not implementing that. Not doing this. There's a calculation of buffer index. I don't want to get rid of this implementation though. I want to keep that. Okay, and then finally this create pickup. Actually, we're not using that pickup function. We're using the place object on board. Where's the function I'm using? Here, where we're populating everything, right? Create pickup. Because you're specifying the X. Maybe that's part of the issue, is that the board Y and the actual view Y is not matched. Because we have the Y coordinate here, random range, that, and board height. But no, what if we make an authoritative decision here, being like, hey, no, we're actually going to specify this. Maybe the bug is also due to just a disconnect between the view object position, or the view object position, and the actual like model position of the object. This also gets simplified because we don't need the board anymore, I think, for this call. And then we just need a Y and then J. And then I think this is just good. I think this is just hunky-dory. Created position dot. Yeah, because we were letting this function determine, it creates an entity, but yeah, okay. I think, okay, this might have been like a multi-level bug, but I think we're good here. Too badly for humanity. Yeah, I think there's something fundamentally human that's being lost. Like, of course, like AI versus that, but I don't know. Care for craft, care for creative things. Oh my goodness. I should probably Let's disable the character's hitbox, or just collision or damage dealing. Yeah, we're not going to do any of this. In fact, we're just going to return early for right now. And then we're going to test this out to see how that works. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Nimble. Hope you have a good one, man. Take care. Okay, this is not running, is it? We have to make it actually re-trigger. Let's go. For the first time? Well, glad to have you here, man. And I'm glad you dig the retro. Or I guess you're just pointing out that it's retro. Either way, I like retro things. Retro things are very fun. And hopefully you enjoyed as well. Okay, let's see how bad this goes. Interesting. Okay. Are we doing a positional offset at all? On the X? It seems like we're not. Which is strange. Let's see. Oh, that's a player script. Here we go. So you have the default generated chunk. We iterate through the entire breadth of the board, from board width to board height. Honestly, I'm just going to rename this to X and rename this to Y. Just for clarity purposes. Okay. And then as far as this is concerned, create pickups. You have the vector 2 position is X, Y. We construct a new entity from that. Okay. So this should be correct, and we're populating the whole thing. I don't know why X. Oh, are we overriding X at some point in the code? I've learned to trust the actual IntelliSense here for telling me when I'm doing something bad, and here it's saying we're doing something bad. Int X equals 0, less than board width. Something wrong with board width. Expression is always true. Oh, do we? Because we break immediately afterwards, don't we? That's why it's only showing one line. Okay. Okay, that was the bug. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Is all the code doing in the game? Because it's what code is what makes games. The play mode is not going to look right because I have the game in a specific configuration right now just to test this particular bug and validate that this culling is working the way I want it to. It's just for fun, Jay. I like it like that. What would be catalog as a bug? I know it's something that doesn't work how it's supposed to, but I have always struggled to understand what exactly and how it looks, generally speaking, in code. I mean, it's just like what you said, things that don't work. I mean, there's more specific classifications of bugs. Like you can have things like regressions where it's like, hey, it's not a... Oh my goodness. Yeah, too many game objects. They will do that to you. Oh, we're also maxing out the object pool, aren't we? Okay, to test this properly within the limits of the object pool I've set up and without having to instantiate a billion objects, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do something. We're gonna change the board height to be like 50 or 40. But yeah, like there's like a specific types of bug classifications, like regressions. There's like performance type bugs where it's an issue with how well something performs or executes. Or even in terms of how much memory is allocated. There's bugs that are due to a misalignment with feature. There's bugs due to the implementation being wrong. There's bugs to like the implementation's correct but the specification was wrong. That's a thing. That's always a fun thing. Yeah, let's make... That's always a fun one too, when you have the correct implementation, wrong specification. Okay, we can go to the application as well. I'm gonna rename this to be like more specific, but for right now, this will suffice. Or actually, no. No, we're not gonna continue living like this. Yes, everything shall be renamed, and life shall be good. I watched this here. Sorry, baby Marlu. Also, sorry, horizontal stream. I've been kind of neglectful because I had the YouTube video up. Yeah, it's coding right now. Cataly or Kately. Yeah, where's object pool? Yeah, here we go. Pickups. Hazards. Wait a second. That's another weird thing. We have like pickups and we have hazards. And then what are we doing? What are we accessing to create these? Entity type. So this just makes a new entity that's called hazards. And then when you go to create entity, I think we only have the hazards currently. Yeah. Okay, so that'd be the one we want to update to be much more abundant, let's say. Like maybe 300. Though I think even the amount we have would suffice for testing purposes, but whatever. I do stream on Nitro Kitten. I actually do stream on Landscape. There's actually a Landscape version on YouTube right now that happens concurrently with this stream as well. It's just that most people don't really come here through Landscape. Most people come here through Vertical. But the option's always there. Landscape's always there. Because when I wrote something wrong in C++, it just didn't compile, so that wasn't a bug. Yeah, C++ like low level is always like a whole other thing too. It's like you have C++ is fun. I mean, it's pretty good, right? The thing is that the thing you're always wrestling with is the compiler and CMake and whatever build chain you're working with. Like Rust is a pain, sure, as far as the language definition and how you ideologically use Rust, or as far as like the thought process, and I mean, it all just comes down to the borrow checker. But the build tool for Rust is super easy. It is the easiest thing, most convenient thing in the world. It is so easy to add, like, I'm sorry, am I seeing a GUI error or what? But yeah, building on Rust is so convenient and easier. Adding a dependency is super easy. Okay, you're taking a while to load. Is any culling happening at all? I'm not seeing anything getting culled. Like on the X, sure. The Y, no. There's like a patch there on the Y, actually. That's actually interesting. That's actually really interesting. and we go back here in the X, it doesn't, objects don't pop back in. I need to up the min. There's something weird here. There's something very strange happening here. Something very strange afoot. I don't know why we have this function. I know it's like to demonstrate something, but why is this indented like this? Wait, what is this strange indentation going on here? Okay, thank you for formatting for me. I was like, what is this weird missing indentation that's going on? It's almost like the Y position for the player is like stuck, but it's not. It's getting updated correctly. You're learning Python right now? Hey, it's always a good thing to learn programming. What's in mine? Right now I'm trying to learn Lua, and it's easier, but it's also something feels less intuitive. Yeah, I mean, syntactically things are weird, but my bad. Obviously the Mark 1 eyeball wasn't being used properly. No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, like Lua's there's some oddities with it. But I think it's mostly at the syntactic level. Like syntactic things you can just kind of deal with. Just it's a matter of understanding and kind of ingraining it into you. But things that are not like things that are deeper than that, where it's like a fundamental belief about how you're supposed to interact with programming or the code. That's where things get trickier, like the borrow checker. Or functional programming languages like Haskell or OCaml or something. So we have this huge grid of objects that are spawning. We're having this weird behavior where even when we leave the range, there's some objects that are not, like a patch of objects that are not being returned back to the pool. And it's strange because it doesn't change. It's independent of the player's. It's completely independent of the player's position. Like it's almost like it just stays there. So there's something wrong going over here because there's things that should not be that should be in the removal list that are not being removed. Or we get like this component and then we do the return to pool. In fact, and yeah, if this wasn't right, it would throw. So that's, and then we iterate through the removal list. And remove that object from the view. Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't think so, Clash Knight. Let's go on Roko. Just work on a game. I'm trying to get this culling behavior working. And then hopefully if I get that working, we can start working on actual assets and making the game look better and add actual obstacles and cool level generation algorithms. Right now, though, we're kind of stuck here. And I don't want to leave. So we iterate through every single object that's been registered. Cool. We do this. Yes. If it's within range, we skip. Okay, cool. Otherwise, we continue down the path. Is in range. Less than min y, greater than max and y. Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure that's how we want it to behave. So that's good. If it's in range, we continue. I wonder if we just flip this. Let's just try something weird. Let's just see. Why not? Why not experiment? And see what this produces. Let's see. Force it to compile. Because Unity's like that now. Oh, my legs are sore, dude. I need to get my... I had a roller here. I had a leg day today. And I'm still trying to work back to where I used to be. And it's like, oh my goodness. I took a long break from the gym. And I find myself getting nauseous. It's crazy. Is it like backwards? It's like mapped backwards? It's super strange. If there's things that should be removed, it's not really happening. Like there's some things that are... The removal on the Y is just not happening. Even though there's things that are showing that should be failing. Like these there. I almost wonder if I should build the list in here. Like here's all the positions that should be failing that are in this range. Maybe I should just do that. Build a fail list instead of just continuing. Because it's iterating through range and assuming that everything's going to be there. And that's how it should be, but... You know what? What if we just pass something out? What if we return like a list of vector 2s? And then be like, hey... Oh no. This would take in a list of vector 2s. Remove. Okay. And then in here, if it should fail, let me just do another out. Why not? It's gonna accumulate. I need a... if I do this, if this works, I'm just not gonna... I'm gonna do a much... I'm just gonna keep a single instance, but for right now, we're just gonna do this. Or no, fail list. Here we go. Okay. And then this is going to be, well, we have slot. Position dot Y. Okay, cool. And then over here. Oh, it's me at the end. Okay, and then the first parameter here is fail. Okay, and then we go here. There we go. Okay, let's see if this rebuilds. What's going on, Jeremy? What's going on, Minag? Yeah, I'm working on a game right now, Rocco. Oh, I think I already answered that, actually. 10 a.m., you're still going? Yeah, we're still going. Usually dev sessions are like 3 to 4 hours minimum. Sometimes it goes 6 hours. It's pretty good. I enjoy it. Oh? What am I seeing there? I'm seeing something odd. I also flipped that that valley, didn't I? Just a test to see if that did anything different. Let me see if I can return that back to where it was before. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Oh, we never added to the remove list too. So we have this remove list. We should also add like add range. Yeah, we never used that, did we? And then we're gonna do something a little bit more here. So if there's any redundant keys, it doesn't contain it, we're just gonna return. And that's just what we're gonna do. Okay. Hey, it completed the domain, let's go. Yeah, I'm using i3fen. Yeah, we're trying to make it work. Yeah, we're using some NeoVim. Or not, I'm using Vim Motions, not NeoVim. I do also use NeoVim for like general text editing and writing and stuff, but I'm using IdeaVim in JetBrains. Okay, let's see. It's gonna take a while. There you go. I'm not seeing the culling that I want to see. I'm just seeing an array of these things, but not what I wanted to see. Okay, let me do something. Let me get rid of these stupid objects that I have in the foreground for some reason, because they're not doing anything. They're meant to test something, but I'm not using that at all. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. Yeah, this is annoying me. Cool. Save. Yeah, I'm doing a game in like 3. Is that blue dot the player? Yeah, I have the game really zoomed out right now because I'm just trying to test this like object culling thing, but the player is actually a sprite character. You're looking much closer up, and the game is usually like this, and the player is usually placed at here. But right now, to be able to test this feature, like this is what the game usually looks like, and that's how they see. And of course, it's for mobile as well, so I'm gonna have to have these things. All that weird glitching stuff is from my operating system, not from the game itself. Mobile actually looks fine and works fine. I think I have to use this other mouse. But yeah, this is just like test environments right now. We did some implementation about this shell implementation we're going to do to have more dynamic environments, but the important thing is the gameplay, and I need to get the gameplay working first. And then we can do the sauce, the polished things I want to do. Yeah. No, just for fun. Just to do something, just to implement something. I have a bad track record of finishing games, so I want to actually do a small scope game and try finishing it before moving on to bigger games and then eventually my engine projects. But yeah, part of that is just making this work good on this $40 phone. And this is kind of one thing I have to do to make that happen. One step I need to do to make this happen. So now I'm going to bust the game back to its other state so I can inspect very clearly what's going on here. Yeah, it's on a cylinder, and that's why I'm having this weird issue with culling, because it's not just translational, it's the fact that like objects on one side of the cylinder, like objects over here, like let's say the character's looking through this camera, right? Then these values from like 4 to 6, let's say, you just have to check to see if it's inside the range. And if the player's looking from over here on the cylinder, then they actually have to get rid of objects that are outside greater than 2 and less than 8, and only show the objects that are here. So it's a culling system I have. It works good on the X position, but because of how big the game is, how big the cylinder is, I also have to cull on the length, across the length or the width of the cylinder. And that's where all the weird stuff is coming from. And why I'm testing with all these arrays of different balls, because the only ones we should be seeing are the ones that are in front, not the ones on the side or back. That means your computer is just paying the price to render stuff that shouldn't be there. And if I can clean that up, then I can have way more objects on the screen. But you can see, like, as we move, oh my goodness, even moving is like busted. Why is the X culling busted now? That's weird. One second. Is it because I did that X list? Yeah, we're gonna commit to the first idea I had. I was just hoping this would be an easy fix, but I think it's causing some other weird stuff, which is kind of weird because I wouldn't imagine that would affect that either, but it is what it is, I guess. Maybe it's probably a hunch or a clue that we can draw upon. Let's see here. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing, didn't I? Yeah, we don't need the fail list, but we do need the flip inclusion. So we get rid of that, and that's good. Cool. Good there. Good there. Good there. Good there. And yeah, that's fine. Cool. If we go here now, you should see how it was working before. Thanks, Rohit. I'm glad you dig the setup. Yeah, I do C++ and C. I actually prefer C, but right now I'm stuck in Unity land. There we go. Things took a while to generate. Huh. Something's kind of happening there. If I keep going forward. I think with a smaller number of things, it'll be easier to see this, but I think I might have to reduce count because it's like lagging like crazy. I could also try doing like a GPU instancing thing for this. I could explore that. But I want to say, I feel like I know this should work. It's just that there's something wrong going on here. All right, we're gonna change the board height again to be like 20, and we're gonna change the cull height to be like 3 or even 2. Actually, even 1. That way it's very clear to see like a single line of removed objects pop up. Okay, what's going on here? Here we go. Oh, the keyboard? Here's the keyboard. What's going on, Zero? Hey, welcome back, man. It is lagging. Yeah, no, it's an obscene amount of objects right now. It's an obscene amount of objects, which is why the culling is probably not. Okay, so here's a better view of the culling, where you see like as the X moves forward, we're recycling objects. It's weird though that like we have this trail of objects here. They're kind of matching the player's pass positions. It's very strange. But you get the idea. Instead of creating a bunch of new objects, we're recycling the objects through this object pooling thing. It's weird there's like a set of objects here that are just failing to get culled. That's what's weird to me. Because this should be like an analytical thing. Like it's math. This is an expression, like a mathematical expression into like this buffer of entities. Okay, let me also up the player's max negative position, because it's kind of a pain to go back and forth when there's a really obscenely low speed. Yeah, 3, no, let's make it like 300. Okay, maybe that might be too much, I don't know. Maybe 50 is fine. Okay. Temple OS is the coat. I mean, he did make it his own C, right? Yeah, thanks, Zero. I appreciate it, Zero. Okay, let's go. It's cool seeing this kind of work. It's weird that there's like this little stain that doesn't. It's very odd how that could even happen. It's such a weird thing. And then like it pauses. It gets like stuck. That's also very weird. Like it just gives up for a while. And then eventually it like goes back to working, but I'm not sure if that's an issue with like the object pooling thing or if it's like oh, you know what? It's probably getting stuck because these are not getting deallocated, and as we accrue more and more, it eventually reaches its limit where it can't request any more objects from the pool, which is probably, yeah, it's causing an exception, and that exception is likely the issue here. Yeah, so we try to instantiate or place an object that doesn't exist. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay, so I understand it. I understand it now. So that weird pausing behavior, I get it now. Why that's happening. Let's wait to see if these get deallocated or returned to pool. Because the odd thing is that eventually it does. Yeah, like right there, see? So I'm trying to think of the scenario where even objects outside of the defined min x and max x index range can do this. Like, it almost feels like there might be an issue with the way I'm calculating the values for the y. To get what format or language it needs to create code you need. Nah, here's the thing with frame so low, because I'm testing in a very extreme thing. I'm testing a very specific extreme case. Or no, that's not the right one. There we go. Yeah, like when you're testing, especially like performance critical stuff, you test by putting it through the ringer. And that's usually where you kind of expose, that's where you expose weaknesses in your implementation and what needs to be fixed and what needs to be addressed. So I'm putting it through a larger load than it would normally be under. I'm wondering though, I feel like I wonder if the position, like from slots, is correct. I didn't check that. Here we go. Slot. And this is just iterating from the end. So slot equals model.I. So we're iterating through these slots here. We check to see the state of it. And then what happens here? Be at the Y position. So let's think through this. Because I'm also thinking, like, if this is failing due to that NRE, and that's why this is periodically just not working, I wonder how many of the bugs are due to that. I know fundamentally the Y culling is not due to that. But yeah, it's a real CRT, Dave. Real one, bona fide one. What's going on here? Just looking at this. Learn from already existing source. For what specifically? Free internet package? When did I promise that? Oh, they already did? I'm Gunawan, have two objects. I believe that's ego that does not want to learn. No, I've tried AI. Here's the thing. I've actually used it for a year or two, man. Like, if you actually work... Okay. I don't know about your experience, right? I'm going to talk about mine. If you work on a non-trivial project, especially big complex ones, and especially ones that actually have a lot of liability attached to it, you quickly start coming across the limits of it. So that's one part. The other part for me is ethics, the ethics of AI. And the third thing is like, hey, I'm doing this for the joy of the craft. I like getting better at my craft, and I don't think you really get good at your craft by relying on those tools, which is why I don't use it. That's what I believe. That's what I stand on. That's all. That's where I'm at, man. I like to learn the source engine SDK, for example, to make a TD software based on its TD software. What's TD? I mean, yeah, looking through engines is a good way to learn. That's how a lot of people do things. It's a good exercise. I really haven't done it. I enjoy just trying to tackle the problem space like as is with the knowledge I have and see what I cook up, and then if it's bad, I start understanding why it's bad, and then I start learning and getting some not peripheral, but looking at knowledge in this space, and it's pretty cool. But I think it's definitely a good way to learn some software engineering. I know a lot of people have done that too. Yeah, dude. This is an oddity, though. I feel so convinced. I need to make, I should make an editor that explores. Actually, no, we don't need that. We don't need to explore the buffer state. I should really write unit tests for this, because I think this would be easier. Like in a unit test, I can like run this class against it and see how it behaves. Honestly, I almost want to convert these to static functions, if I'm gonna be real with you, where you can just provide some kind of index buffer, or not index buffer, but entity buffer, and then it can perform these update models and these culling operations on it, and then we can give specific scenarios that we know how it should behave to see if it actually does the thing correctly. Like almost this feels like a very unit testable, or a problem that will be better addressed through unit testing. Thanks, Zero. Yeah, exactly, Sinju. And they released CSGO game source to make an internal soft based for the game, but I'm having a hard time, so I wanted to ask if someday you don't have a project. If someday you don't have a project ongoing, what would be the pricing? Oh, like for me to look through it? I would not do that. Not for a price. If I do, it's because I think that would be cool to do, and I'd probably just do that on stream, but probably not going to happen just because I'm usually, most of my time is busy on projects. Like there's a whole backlog of games I need to finish working on. Dude. Dude, I can even move these functions outside of this if I wanted to. I don't have to though, but it'll be kind of funny to do that. Have a pipeline. You know what? Let me make sure I have. I'm just. We're gonna do the brain dead thing. Yeah, brain dead, but I think I want to eliminate. We have an allocation of like 300 objects in the object pool. That's like more than we need. Like, let's do the math actually. Let's just do the math. We have currently how many allocated? The board manager. We're gonna move these constants to the top. Because I'm gonna be frequently referencing these. That's like what? Board height 20. So 20 objects in the Y, and then what about the length is a bit less precise because we have this whole expression here that defines the padding length for this. So it's like about 2 from -2 to 10, so 12. About 12 cells worth of data that's gonna be shown. So it's basically just 12 times 20. So that would be the total amount we need to have allocated. And like, what order of math? Like, sorry, dumb, simple math thing I should be able to do. 240. So we have more than enough allocated here to do what we want to do, and a little bit extra as well. So then that issue of exceeding the object pool size has to be coming from like that weird instance where we're just leaking objects behind us trailing, which means that there's some objects that are ignoring that X culling rule. How does that happen? How does that happen? So what? We have the update model. Is there an object collision? No, there can't be an object collision. I don't think there's an object collision. So let's investigate this. We iterate through all the different objects that exist currently. And then we do this contingency upon it to see if it's fine for inclusion. Okay. Maybe it's because it's inclusive. Maybe that's why. Like maybe we should actually have this be included. Because maybe it's just like one edge that's just kind of falling off. Like some weird edge case thing. Either way, that's not like the issue here though. Oh! If it's in the X range, we continue. Oh my, this is so simple. Oh my goodness. We were prematurely, there's 2 constraints for whether or not we decide to continue. We prematurely just, anything with the correct X value, just go on ahead. We don't care. We have to check both. If X is in range, we have one value there. And we have another one for if is Y in range. It was so simple. And if any of them are, if both of them are true, you get to continue on your way. Otherwise, you get culled. Oh my goodness. Simples. Greetings from Russia. Hey, glad, good tidings. Good to see you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. You can talk with an actual programmer programming. Very insightful. Hope to catch you soon. Hey, good one, Charlie. You have a good one. Glad this could be of value to you. Mavros Bodyguard. Your game is 2.5D, right? Yeah, it's the 2.5D. I didn't see you. Sorry, Mavros. But yeah, it was a 2.5D game, and then if you haven't been here for a while, we actually started another one, but this is also 2.5D as well. Okay. Oh my goodness, it's kind of happening, except it's backwards, but that's fine actually. This is better. So now only the objects that are like, oh my goodness, it's actually correct, except backwards. But we can deal with that. We can fix that. We can deal with that problem. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's a simple That's a simple adjustment. We just have to do here. We just have to do 1 minus player 0 1, and that should be enough to fix it. Oh my goodness. Oh my, it's so simple. It's such a simple thing. I mean, I refactored the code to be way more cleaner, but oh my goodness, it was that. Hey, and look at that. It's only showing the objects that are in the view. Or are they behind it? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're killing me. I mean, it's rotating the right way. Now we just have to do an offset. Oh my goodness. But okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's like half. We just have to do an offset of half. So okay, we can just do that correction here. It's fine. So in a half offset. There's a wrap function I have, but I don't trust it, honestly. If I'm gonna be real with you, I don't trust it. We're gonna try it. And then what's the upper? I think it's value and then min max. 0.5. Zero and then 1. Okay. Hopefully you work. Are you an integer based one? You're a float based one. Perfect. Okay, hopefully you just work. Yeah, good thing stolen. Good to see you, man. The beauty of culling. And it works. It's in front of the player. Oh my goodness. Okay, it didn't work there. That's a little weird. I don't know. But hey, this is working. So now we can go from like having just a few objects to now like you know, like only the objects that the player can see are going to be on screen. There's a weird case. I need to deal with that, but whatever. I'm so happy. I am so happy. This is simple. Look at that culling happening. Look at the culling. Oh my goodness. Now we can return the game back to its original stats of like... I think it's issue with my math utility function. I'll have to correct for that to make it inclusive. You can go back to being 128. And we can go back to increasing the range to be like cell, it'd be like 20, I think, or 15. Oh, this is such a joyous day, man. Oh, nope, this is a pretty new system. Only one of his keyboards and the CRT's old. Yep. Oh, dude, the beauty of culling. I'm actually so freaking happy, dude. I'm so freaking happy. Okay, that looks wrong. That looks very wrong. That looks obscenely wrong. It's like running out of... Okay, this is an object pooling issue, though. I think. I'm pretty sure, because with the volume I've defined, there a lot more objects can exist. Yeah, it's an object pooling issue. Okay, we're gonna do this. That's terrible, but I'm not sure why it's doing that actually. Why it's exceeding it on start. Maybe because the player's starting at 0. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm very happy. I'm gonna give myself some good snacks. I ran out of water midstream. 4 hours, 25 minutes, no food, no snacks, no water. Sheesh. My stomach's feeling it. But I'm just so happy we actually got to the bottom of this, dude. And it turns out to be something super simple. Super duper simple. Yeah, we still coding. We're still coding. We're still in it. I mean, okay, this, I'm not, you get this with time. Like if you have a job programming in the day and then you do stuff in your spare time, like you'll get, especially when there's like a project, something that's very interesting to you, like you'll totally get locked in like this. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, maybe the amount I set was too large. Let's try doing the one slot thing again. Let's see how that works for us. Where's the one slot? No, view, I think. There's something for this, I know it. I forget what it's called. Now we're up here. Yeah, here. And it's gonna be in the Y calc range. That's cull halfway. There we go. Okay, we can make it very small to kind of preserve some of this. Though honestly, the grid size, like the Y density should increase, but the X density should remain the same. Should remain fixed. I'm so intrigued. So I'm making a culling system, and I think we figured out the critical bug. We found Saddam Hussein. We found the Ace of Spades. But now that I'm kind of upscaling it back to where it was before, we're having some issues. But I'll show you how it looks in actual practice right now. And go up here. Instead of 128, we'll go back to like, I don't know, how much was it again? I think I did 25. So I'm gonna show you how it looks small, and then I'll scale the game back to where it's supposed to be. Here we go. So now as you see, only the objects that are in the specific view for the character are going to be displayed. Oh, that's a weird. Okay, there's weird stuff. Oh, because there's an array. We ran out of. Yeah, we ran out of objects midway through, didn't we? Some are trying to come back, but they're failing. You saw it for 5 seconds. And it's happening here. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Oh, there's some objects that don't have a pullable, because it's null. That's why. So it just doesn't even do the return. Okay, we're gonna have to add a guard statement for this. This is not great, but hey, we'll address that later. So there's an object that's null, we return, and we also removed it from the list as well. I think that's what we do. Hey, that's what we should do. Because that means it exists in the list, but it's actually not real, so you can try getting added later in a subsequent call. Yeah, that'll make it more hardened. But yeah, so since the game exists on a cylinder, we only want to have objects that are actually in view be shown and drawn. So there's this whole system to kind of, oh my goodness, it's failing. It's failing as we scale it up. Even when it fails, it looks kind of cool, actually. But yeah, it's meant to be so we don't have to have a bunch of objects. What's going on here? Wait, value? There's a null reference on value? What? What do you mean? There's a null reference happening there. Alright, 1 second. I need to get some water. 1 second. Be right back, guys. I need to actually drink some water. Let me go to the cozy engine real quick. We're in game. Where is the, here. No, that's a could not render. Where's the actual text for the scene logic? Where is the text? Is it here? Is it there? Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the one. This is the one I'm looking for. And is it not there? Which one is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, compile, run that. Yeah, I'm making a game. Oh my goodness, there we go. All right, 1 second, guys, be right back. Actually, I should probably go to sleep. It's like 3:40. Oh my goodness. Okay, got some water. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you guys dig it. Hey, the game I'm working on is a side scroller. Well, it's kind of side scroller. You get to choose how fast you go. Alright. I'm actually really glad. I'm so happy with how this overlay has turned out. I'm gonna get the emissives working on this, but I need to finish implementing the material structure before I can start passing in that extra data. We'll get there eventually, though. So let's see. Gosh, Mikey, this is very odd. Let me get that NRE real quick. I want to patch up the NREs first so that the culling system, even if we run out of objects from the pool, it still persists. And I want to see where the slowdown is, because it's not... There's some weird places where it slows down. This is actually still working pretty consistently. I'm actually a bit surprised. We quickly ran into issues before. But I think our changes made it way more resilient, so that's actually... Yeah, you see where it fails, but then, it catches up. Okay, cool. Very cool. So then what we're going to do is I'm going to put the game back to its original configuration. Now that we have this working. Put the player back to 66. And have the environment be back here as well. And cool. And let's see how well this margin works. Okay. So we can up the object. I'm gonna try upping the count So now we should only be seeing objects that are right in front of the camera instead of the ones we saw before behind, which was kind of dumb. Now we're only rendering things that are actually in view, which is nice, because we had a huge radius and that would have been really bad to kind of render everything across that, which is why we had to up the row count to like 128, which would have just been insane before if we actually put a bunch of objects there. But now, if this compiles, and runs. Good night, Zero. You have a go, man. Thanks for hanging out in the stream, though, and for honestly like doing some moderation stuff, dude. Honestly, man, I might even just mod you, since you've been such a big help this stream. I really do appreciate it. Let's see here. Okay. FPS is really bad though. So I wonder where that's coming from. If it's coming from the little culling algorithm, or if it's coming from something else. In fact, let's actually test this. Because maybe my optimization might have been actually terrible. Let's see. Where is the slowdown coming from? Let's go to Windows, Analysis, and Profile Analyzer, or Profiler. Okay, cool. Bring this guy over here. Let's start recording. I'm gonna press play. I have something that actually like checks for this too. I wonder if it's due to this or the object pooling system. I want to see where specifically the slowdown's coming from. Okay, so we have like this wall, this wall of just utilization. Great. You'd love to see that. And then let's go through a frame here. The nice thing that with it being consistently bad is that you can choose any frame and it should highlight where things are going wrong. Alright, and then what do we have going on here? We have Game Board Manager update. So the update's what's taking the longest time. And then there's GB update. So what is GB update? We should probably even add more fine-tune markers in our code to actually see a proper breakdown of what operations are taking the longest time to perform, and then what would be a good way of handling that. Honestly, for this kind of thing, since it's mostly just kind of computation, like an easy extra level is to change this to be a burst job. But let's see though, let's identify where the bad things are happening. So you have GB update. And then we have this, we end this. And then we have another one here for so let's see where the slowdown is happening in our function call here. It's running every frame. So you have GB update, game board update, object call, and then okay, cool. I think everything is enclosed correctly, so we can actually just compile, run this, and then see how things go here. We have the profiler open. It runs. We can pause it. We can take a look here and see what the breakdown looks like for the function. I don't see the those functions at all. Is it just, there's a bunch that's just, okay, let's do hierarchy. And then if we expand this a bit more, or maybe I just didn't save my changes or recompile it. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go to bed, guys. I'm gonna work through this tomorrow and see what's going on. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching, and as always, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy.